because I figured out how to put music in it. And so I was like, oh, cool. Hooray! We're here! We did it! And this time I didn't make the title screen like eyeball burning green. I thought I would make it look the tiniest bit nice.
All right.
Mm-hmm. 4 games in! Yippee!
We are 4
It's a PowerPoint.
games
It is a
in.
PowerPoint. I did a PowerPoint last time because
we have to wait
without
just 5
guidance.
seconds.
What was that?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome back. We are ready. Right
there
on
we
time.
go.
For
right
the
on time.
Niku-Riku 358 power hours.
358 hours long. It's time for the marathon. We were here. Does Graven need more tomatoes? I mean, keep going until he flinches, so. Anyway, hello everybody. We're here to start the 358 power hour. Good job on making it here. Playing the game itself is rare these days. So
yeah, well, it was a mission because I had to get the modded hardware. So I had to custom order I got a 3DS XL modded for capture. And that also meant that I had to download like special capture software and then make that software play nice with OBS, which is something I'm really good at.
Yeah,
as
you're really experienced. Yep,
I'm excellent at Pooter. So all this went really, really well without a hitch.
Yeah. It was I say this as if I'm joking. Honestly, it went pretty well. Like, you really only had issues like once, you know, where it was like, oh, I don't know why that's not working. And then it got working again, and it was fine.
For me, like, setting up this capture just now went pretty well.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's working. And it only took a few minutes. I think that's great.
I think that's great for you. I'm so happy for you. And it's not like you were giving me like sweating emojis beforehand when I was like, okay, we're just gonna have 2 things happening at once. You're like,
yeah, thanks by the way. Thanks for 20 minutes before we start to be like, oh, by the way, we're doing this we're doing it a way we've never done it before. And I'm like, oh, great. That's going to be great.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, the thing that took like a few minutes max. Yeah. Sorry for dropping it on you 20 minutes ahead of time that you had to make another window.
I had to make another. I hate doing OBS stuff live. I hate it.
Well, I told you ahead of time.
I like to fiddle with my computer like an old man in private. Okay.
I don't think we've had a power hour where that did not happen.
I know.
I don't think we have made it this far without the fiddling happening on stream. And I told you, and then all you did was react to emojis, and you never talked to me, and you didn't try to do anything about it. So I was like, okay, I guess we'll just do it live on stream. All right, I did what I could. I put this PowerPoint together.
You did.
With a little bit of help, but I put this PowerPoint together, and you're gonna like it.
I already love it.
Good. I'm glad. So, with that said, I will go to the first slide.
Okay.
So the music will stop when I go to the next slide, and you can turn your shit back on. So, please look at the screenshot.
Kingdom Hearts is not that complicated at the wrestling match. Nice. I like that. It's the important messaging from the community.
Yeah.
Explain through my main 2 days then.
So, you know how I usually ask you to try to recap the games? This is your prompt. Tell me about 358.
Yeah.
You don't have to get into detail. Just imagine you were trying to explain it to somebody, be like, oh yeah, this game is about this, and then this kind of happens, and that's my cue to you is this wrestling bit. Explain 3-5-8 over 2 days then. Oh, these were also separate matches, by the way. This was like that first one had shown up. That was like Kingdom Hearts is not that complicated. And then like sometime later, somebody came with this.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So
that makes sense. So 358 follows Roxas. This serves as Roxas's backstory because it was released after Kingdom Hearts 2, where Roxas is introduced for the first time.
Yep.
Roxas joins the organization as the 13th member, the final member of Organization 13. And doesn't know anything about himself, doesn't know who he is or where he comes from. He could barely speak kind of in the beginning. And he is assigned by the organization to travel to these different worlds and go on missions, mostly to attack Heartless and collect hearts. And it seems to it gives us our first real look at the kind of inside our first real look inside the organization and how they function, and giving us insight into like the different members. But from what we learn in the game, Roxas is a nobody, like they all are members of the organization, but he is special because he is Sora's nobody. And what that means and what makes him special is that he can wield a Keyblade. And because he can wield a Keyblade, that means that as he attacks Heartless with the Keyblade, he frees those hearts, and they go back to Kingdom Hearts, which is the great big heart in the sky. And the organization's plan is to build Kingdom Hearts so that they can one day have hearts of their own. And the strategy is to have Roxas as a tool, essentially, to steal the Keyblade wielders' power for their own ends, which is for them to gain hearts and become somebody, I guess. At some point in the story, at Castle Oblivion, a smaller contingent of the organization is working in secret on the replica program. And we know a bit about this from Chain of Memories, I guess, and also from Chain of Memories. But in that program, which I believe is being led by Vexen, the scientist of the group, they are they figure out a way to replicate people. So in Chain, they replicate Riku, and that's the first time we see this kind of replica program in that game. But and I'm not sure if they specifically say that they replicate Roxas first, but through this replica program, they try to replicate Roxas, or I guess maybe Sora, but using kind of Roxas, they are now trying to replicate to make another entity that can also wield the Keyblade, but is a step further separated from Sora. And this is how they create at Castle Oblivion the character Shion. And Shion seems to be a replication of not Roxas specifically, but of the memories of Kairi that come from Sora that have implanted into Roxas are now replicated into this new being. And what they realize, what they didn't plan for, but what they realize as this program goes on and Shion builds out her own personality, is that the memories that Shion is siphoning from Roxas now are protected, kind of shielded from being returned to Sora. And if Sora can't get his memories back, he can no longer awaken. And what that means for the organization is that not only have they found a way to have their own Keyblade wielder to do their bidding, but they have also figured out a way to block the true Keyblade wielder from getting in their way.
Yeah.
And as Shion develops her own personality and attaches to these memories, Shion and Roxas both are struggling together with their identity, and they form a bond with Axel. They become the Sea Salt Trio, right? As everyone knows them.
Yep.
They form a friendship. They discuss a lot of existential themes about their feelings, or whether or not they can even have feelings, and about who they are or who they were before they were part of the organization, if their memories are real or are their own. And at some point in the story, Shion decides that she wants to have some autonomy. She wants to decide her own fate and not be kind of assigned a fate, a role in life. And this is and through this part of the game, this all happens when Shion encounters Riku. And Riku in this game is, what is Riku doing? Riku is trying to, I guess, investigate or probe into the organization as a way of protecting Sora, while Naminé is trying to rebuild Sora and reassemble his memories so that Sora can wake up. Riku is probing the organization, trying to figure out what it is that they're doing to meddle with this. And he kind of understands after his encounter with Shion who Shion really is, or how Shion relates to Sora, and is the one who explains to Shion that her memories and therefore her identity is not her own, and that she needs to decide if she will return those memories to Sora or not. And the advice Riku gives Shion is that to make the decision that would best benefit everybody. And so the climax of the game has to do with Shion's decision to leave the organization, to return her memories and therefore her identity, her whole self, back to Sora so that Sora can awaken. And Roxas is fighting is fighting to stop her because from Roxas's perspective, they deserve to have their own identities and to be themselves. They deserve some freedom and autonomy, and he's fighting for them to stay together.
Yeah. Yes. I have to, everybody's been saying it in chat, but they're like, wow, you're doing a really good job. You're
Something like
genuinely
that. I
doing
mean, it's hard
I
to
mean,
explain it across one narrative thread. There
yeah,
are many
there's
kind of different things that converge in this
yes.
story. It is a really interesting and existential story, even by Kingdom Hearts
Mhm. Mhm.
standards.
Yeah.
But I found that not only do they keep, and again, I think that the games are easy enough to follow if and when you play them. I don't think the games have a
Yeah.
hard time explaining themselves. I think that the difficulty with explaining the series kind of secondhand, when you're just telling someone about
Yeah.
the games, has to do mostly with the vocabulary that the games build over the course of all the different franchises, and you kind of need
Yeah.
that vocabulary to talk about the games in an effective way.
Yeah, like, to
So,
go in to talk about, be like, "Oh, yeah, and they're nobodies," and then having to be like, "Okay, well, a nobody is," and then having to, like, backtrack and
right.
explain that versus having just that as a handy piece of vocabulary where you're like, "Yes, we
Yeah.
all know what a nobody
There's
already
there's
is,"
just there's
so
just tons of context from all the games that
yeah,
need to
and it
converge,
just builds on
and you need to
itself.
have this understanding as a foundation in order to then kind of like go over the uh the particular hero story of the game, of whatever
Yeah,
game you're on.
yeah.
um but I when playing the game, I had not remembered that that Shion was a product of the replica program, which playing the game was just a nice pleasant surprise to me again. I think
Mhm,
it's a very cool um um like angle for the story, and it felt
mhm.
very satisfying to me because having played through Recom, I felt like we were getting a kind of payoff for establishing the replica program with Replica
Yeah,
Riku, which
yeah.
had his own cool little story, but in
Mhm.
that game it was an aside. Like in
Yeah,
Recom, Replica
it was kind of
Riku's
a
story was
go ahead.
kind of its own little thing that happened, and
Mhm,
was, adjacent to kind of the main hero's journey, and had more to do
mhm.
with Riku's uh like kind of personal journey, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and so to have all of that foundation there and then pay it off in this game with something that's really important to the core narrative of the series is really cool.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, I think I don't know. I'm not sure how to button it, but I guess that's in general, that's the narrative of
Yeah, I
358.
mean, you really kinda just got the most I wouldn't even say you really forgot much of anything, but that's the important beats of, like, the whole story, and it's on its face, it's not that complicated, it's like and then we follow these characters that are essentially in a cult, and then as that unravels over time, it ends in tragedy because it is a prequel and we know how it ends. Um, but, I one factor that I think, that wasn't said, at least in your summary, is that part of the pressure that Shion is kind of like facing with that kind of existential issue is that she operates on the fact that she is absorbing these memories and powers from Roxas. And if she keeps doing this, it will destroy him,
Right. Yeah,
which is part of
glossed
why
over
she's
that.
like, yeah, which is part of why she's like, "Do I leave? Do I
Roxas is
stay?
kind
If I
of
stay here, I'm gonna kill him, essentially. If I leave, I die,"
Yeah, Roxas is sort of last to know or realize, I think,
Yeah,
kind of as
yeah,
per usual, that that as Shion becomes stronger and he becomes weaker, that's a direct result of
yep.
Shion absorbing Sora's memories from him. And
Yep.
so I guess I'm wondering why. So let's see. Questions, I guess, for you about the narrative
Mm-hmm.
here.
Mm-hmm.
The organization has Roxas. Roxas wields a Keyblade.
Yeah.
So essentially, the organization's plan to use the Keyblade to build Kingdom Hearts and gain hearts for themselves is kind of underway
Yes.
and is working.
Mm-hmm. So why Shion?
So why Shion? If Roxas essentially has Sora's memories locked away in him in the first place, then Sora can't wake up. To then remove them again, kind of, I guess, gives them some kind of buffer. But they even, at some point, Zemnis says in the game, either, either Shion fails and we have Roxas, or Shion is successful and we lose Roxas, and it doesn't matter either way. So,
Mm-hmm.
so I guess it seems like the idea that siphoning the memories a second time from Roxas to Shion is kind of superfluous. Like, how does that
So
give them
the
more
idea
protection?
of having more than one doing, essentially doing twice the work is like, cool, we can have more than one doing
We do it
this. And if
faster.
we do it faster, we also just have a backup plan in case we lose one of them, a contingency plan, if you will. But the fact that like she was supposed to just be like an object. She's a puppet. They're very like this you're just going to be like our autonomous little thing
Right.
that's just going to go and do stuff for us. But then she starts to develop a personality and her own sense of self, and then that causes problems. And so at that point, like the plans are, and there is a slide I have later that has some of the interview that talks about like it if they were in balance, which was the intention, then it would have been like, well, yeah, now we have two. Great. But they aren't, and it's like skewing and it's causing problems.
So
So
once
it's
that's realized, then they say, well, look, whichever one we end up with is fine. It doesn't matter.
yeah,
Right.
basically. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. With that, since you did such a great job, we're going to move on to some of the questions that we
Sure.
got that people submitted. But you really did do a stellar job of just like explaining it in a very like clear way that you like comprehended the story, which not everybody does. So, but some of that has to do with the fact that you like a lot of people don't have access to the game, which takes a lot more time to show these things, and you spend more
Yeah.
time with it, you absorb it better
Yeah.
versus the movie.
Well, the movie
Which
you
the first
watch for
question,
3 hours and the game you
yeah.
play for 50. So you get much, much more time to
Mhm.
ingest kind of what's happening when you play the whole thing. I'm glad in the end that I jumped through the hoops to actually play the entire thing.
Yeah. It is definitely the better way to experience the story. And I had watched the movie first, and I was not so positive on it because just watching it, and there's a lot of lack of I guess it feels like a lack of context, though, even if you just watch it all the way through, you're like, sure, I can follow along, but like I haven't had time to like sit with this. And a lot of these scenes are kind of the same. And I'm getting kind of like it was not sitting well. And then when I went out of my way to go play the game, I was like, oh, this movie does not do the game justice. The game is really good and I really enjoyed it, but like it really predicates on the fact that you get to spend time with it.
Yeah.
And that's
And
just how it is. So the first sorry.
the
Go ahead.
game does something that the movie doesn't do, which lets you sit with the sea salt trio
Mhm.
in a
Mhm.
lot of quiet time. You get
Yes.
maybe 3 hours of them just sitting at the clock towers. 3 hours is the
Yep.
entire story summary of the movie, but you get
Yep.
that much time, maybe more, just with the sea salt trio having little quiet moments together, um,
Mhm.
goofing around, teasing each other, like building that rapport and friendship. And
Yep.
so the uh, the attachment, the kind of the stakes of the game will inevitably feel much higher, at when
Yeah.
you reach
Yeah.
the conclusion of the story, because you've had all of those little moments together to build rapport and attachment.
Mhm. Yeah, you've had, like, not only is there just strictly more screen time that you're spending with these characters, like, you have the time in between to, like, settle with it, and, like, it sinks in more, and every little time at the clock tower is cushioned with, like, "And you went out and did a mission, and now after work, we're gonna hang out a little bit," and
Yeah.
it's paced in a way that, like, really builds on it. And which is the question is, how do you feel about the story playing the game versus watching the
Yeah,
movie?
I think it's no different than it would be for any game. You know, if you take any
Yeah.
game that you love and you break the cutscenes down into a kind of abridged version of the story so that someone could see the story in a few hours, then like
Mhm.
it gets the job done, right? Of
Yeah.
conveying the core parts of the story that maybe that on a kind of need to know, you know, like whatever it is you need to know is there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's never going to replace the experience of playing the game, embodying the hero, and feeling like you've kind of went on the journey, the hero's journey, and made the choices.
Mhm.
So like, you know, I think of course it's always recommended, I think in any case, to
Yeah.
play the game as opposed to, watching the cliff notes sort of thing.
Yes.
If
Yeah.
the movie is all you have access to, or that's what you have available to you, then it does the job and it's fine. But I don't think that anyone would consider, I mean, even though I think the game has, I was both surprised by how big the game was and how small the game was.
Mhm. Yeah.
So like, you know, it this has really been maybe the first game I've ever played. I think certainly the first game I've ever played to completion on 3DS hardware. Um,
Mhm.
and so I was I was impressed by all of the concessions made in the game's design. Like there's clearly a lot
Yeah.
of concessions made to fit a Kingdom Hearts game onto the 3DS platform.
Mhm.
But despite all of those concessions, it is clearly and completely a Kingdom Hearts game. It feels like a
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts game. It plays like a Kingdom Hearts game. You still get some of that action JRPG like mechanics and kind
Mhm.
of combat. They still did creative things obviously with the inventory and where they could, and they still tell a
Yeah.
completely full-blown Kingdom Hearts
Mhm.
narrative, which is
Yeah.
notorious for its complications and intricacies, right?
It's complexities,
Yeah.
yeah.
And so that I just am just completely impressed by that.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um and I don't think that mechanically it's my favorite Kingdom Hearts game, certainly not given those concessions, but
Yeah.
still very happy to have spent the time playing it and enjoyed it thoroughly.
Yeah. Yes. I felt very similarly when I went back to finally just sit down and play the game for myself, and I got to play it on original hardware as well. Because, obviously, people these days typically will, it's not terribly accessible, and a lot of people will just go to emulate it. But, like, getting to just sit down and play it on your little, obviously not your favorite, but, like, for the people who do or do not mind playing on, like, original hardware, it really feels good because it's really, like, built for it. And it's something where you're like, wow, this is like a full game. This is like a
Yeah.
really they like you said, they make concessions, but, like, not where it counts. Like,
Yes.
they really make it's you are playing a Kingdom Hearts game, but on the DS. And I was very impressed when I played through as well, that I was like, "This is just Kingdom Hearts, but small."
Yeah. Yeah. It's the heart of the game,
Mhm.
not to make a pun or anything, but like
Haha.
the heart of the game is it's still a big Kingdom Hearts game, you know?
Mhm. Mhm.
Um even though it's not kind of a mainline numbered title and it's on handheld hardware, like it really feels like they squeezed every little bit that they could out of the limitations of the hardware. Um
Mhm.
And so that, I mean, just from a game design perspective, I think it's very impressive as a title. And narratively, I don't see how it's skippable, honestly, which is why I think even though it wasn't remastered, they did go out of their way to compile the story for people to watch, because skipping it, you skip this story to your detriment across going through the greater narrative of the franchise.
Yeah, it's definitely probably one of the well, Kingdom Hearts' strength is that it's emotional storytelling, right? But like 358 is like one of the big hitters for sure that most people point to be like, "Oh, this game ruined me." You know what I mean? Like this is one of the big ones, and it's really like it's a shame that we don't have a way to play it readily because that really is the optimal way to
Yeah,
experience it.
I
But
do
like
hope that
obviously, like
changes. I do
I
I
do
do
too.
hope that changes. I think that given time,
Yep.
given that they love to release the series with
Hmm.
like in kind of collections and stuff, that they've shown that
Yeah.
they enjoy doing that. I think at some
Hmm.
point, in order to continue that kind of business strategy for the franchise, they will have to return to the well and bring these last few games up to speed, and I hope they do. Um,
Yeah.
it seems worthwhile to do. Um, and to be honest, I know that um, that like Roxas is one of
Hmm.
the very top fan favorite characters in the
Yeah.
overall franchise.
Yep.
And after playing 2, I kind of was like, yeah, cool, like Roxas is cool or
Yeah.
whatever. I didn't
Like,
really,
yeah, he
but
has a
it
little
didn't
tragic time, but,
his
like, you
yeah,
don't get to spend a lot
his
of time with
prologue
him.
was interesting, but I wasn't I couldn't connect with the character in a way that made me understand why he was such
Mhm.
a held so prominently by the community. And then playing 358, it becomes clear that
Yeah. Yeah.
that his story carries so much emotional weight, is so very relatable and tragic,
Mhm.
and those are the
Mhm.
things that really sit with you after an experience when you play a game. And you could see why
Mhm.
he is held up as a fan favorite character, and why the Sea Salt Trio is held in such high regard in general. And it has
Yep.
everything to do with this game.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Um, oh, I forgot whatever I was just about to say. Just pew, just gone. I was gonna say that, yeah, he is the most popular character behind Sora. It
Yeah.
goes Sora and then Roxas. At least the last time they did a poll, it was Sora, Roxas, Axel, and then Riku. And then Nomura went, Riku should be higher on the list.
My
Which was
bad.
really funny. Come on, Graven, we need to kick it up a
I
notch,
know,
okay?
I'm
He needs to
slacking.
be higher up.
I've gotten too comfortable in my old
Yeah,
age.
resting on your laurels, yeah. Let's see, what was the next question? Oh, yes, here we go, a little mechanical question. How did you feel about the level up system, the Tetris little block system in
The
358,
panels.
and would you like to see it the panels. And would you like to see it brought back? Because
Totally.
this one is really a love it or you hate it type thing. I thought it was I loved it. It felt
My
so good in the brain.
my favorite mechanic in 358 is the panel system. And
Yeah.
I love to see, I think it could easily be uh kind of iterated on and improved on better
Mhm.
hardware. But it I play a lot of you, as anyone in my community knows, I love
Mhm.
simulators, I love management games.
Yep.
I love silly little busy work kind of games, and sit there and talk shit while I do something kind of,
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
boring, presumably. And like
Mhm.
that kind of gameplay for me is relaxing, is kind of
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
like I can zone out, and work. Like I had to stop myself twice, I think, in my day's playthrough from
Uh-huh.
just sitting there banging my head on the panels for hours.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I would notice that after like 30, 40 minutes of me like fiddling with it and trying to get
Yeah,
everything to
yeah.
fit, not only to get everything to fit, but to organize everything together on the same page and to make it pretty and to whatever, like I could just do that forever. And
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
did notice after some time, chat getting annoyed with me that I was just doing it for so long.
Uh-huh.
then I'd have to be like, all right, well, we'll leave it like this then.
All right, it's fine,
All right,
it's fine.
We'll go
We'll
hit
move on.
things. We'll go hit things with a key,
Yeah.
chat. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, all right, we'll make progress with whatever.
You know, but like I could sit there and do those kind of management puzzles forever. I could play whole games like that. So for me, it was very enjoyable. That scratches a certain part of my brain. I am that kind of gamer, so you know.
Yeah, no, I was look, the advantage of getting to play it on my own time off stream was getting to fiddle with that to my heart's content. I was like,
if
in
I
bed,
played
just like,
on my own time, I would have wiped my panel every time and started fresh. Every time I got something new to add, I would have wiped the whole thing and started building it fresh. But I knew I couldn't do that, and it actually killed me a little bit inside. So like I would have all of my levels on like page 1, and then I'd have all of my magic on page 2, and then I got page 3 and I'd get a new magic thing, and I knew that I just have to, all right, I'll just throw it on page 3 without the rest of the magic, and fine.
Just not organized, not where it's supposed to be.
I'll just put it here. It fits.
It's in, whatever.
Inside, I just died a little bit, but
yeah.
You know.
It's so funny when I was catching up on some of because I was just busy while you had been playing. So I was like, oh, I'm putting them on while I was like working on something. And it was like it's not live, but I was sitting there and I would like watch you do panels. And then I was like, oh, I could skip this, I guess. Well, I'm working, it's fine. You know? But I would just be like, yeah.
It's one of those things where the juice is not worth the squeeze on stream.
No.
You know, and I get that. And so like
but it feels so good to squeeze though.
But like it's you have to, when you stream games, one of the big lessons to learn is that there's a difference between fun to watch and fun to play. And so like while I am sitting there crunching panels and trying to figure out how to get things just right, that to me is incredibly satisfying, but watching it is absolutely boring. And but I did
not to me apparently, but
I did want to put everyone through it a little bit with me.
Yeah, everyone gets to sit with it at least once.
But I did concede many more times than I would have under normal circumstances to not put everyone through that. So you're welcome.
You did that for them. Everybody say thank you.
I did it for you, Chad.
Yeah, I'm excited because it's not exactly the same, but there is a similar system in Recoded. Not exactly, but it's like its own version, and I also had a lot of fun with that, so I think you will also enjoy it. It'll be good. And the music that plays when you do it, perfect. It's so good. So I have a feeling that for many reasons you're going to like Recoded, and then on your list of games people tell you to skip, you're gonna be like, I really liked Chain of Memories, and actually I really liked Recoded. So I'm looking forward to that for you. The Recoded level system is peak. Recoded is peak. I agree. You're in the right place.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. Another question. Days has a lot of unique Heartless designs. Any that stand out to you? Even if you don't know the name, you could be like, that one boss was really cool.
I thought all the boss designs were really great in Days, honestly. The standout, I think, is the plant boss in Halloween Town, that everyone was like, oh no, here it is. Oh my god. And then I think
it's called Leech Grave.
The Leech Grave. Yeah.
Leech Grave. Halloween, right?
I thought it was a very cool boss design.
It's cool
I think the problem, and everyone was like, oh no, this is going to take a long time. It didn't take me that long. And someone had said while we were playing that like the boss designs in Days kind of mesh well with my kind of wait and see play style. I like to keep my distance from bosses and see what they do and find openings, and I'm not like I'm not a kind of button mashing, kind of rushing. I button mash through like normal combat situations mostly because
Right,
I
until
find
the
it
game
repetitive
asks
and
more of you, but
yeah, and exactly. So when
yeah.
but for boss fights, like I love boss fights, and I grew up playing Nintendo games, which the kind of Nintendo style of like, here's a big boss and look out for its weaknesses. And then you have like kind of the 3 phases, right? Like I really like that kind of boss design. It's very
Yeah.
cozy for me and like what I grew up
Mhm,
playing.
mhm.
And so like, there was also that kind of bird boss in Neverland that everyone also was very
Yeah,
worried about
yeah.
me getting to, which I didn't struggle against at all because my first instinct, the only sticking point for that boss really was the kind of power orbs that get thrown everywhere, and they're very hard to avoid
Mhm,
unless
mhm.
you sit and play Ring Around the Rosie around the islands, and you can use it as a shield.
Yeah, yeah.
And I went to that strat immediately, and it worked just fine. So like some of the boss and arena designs really fit my play style, and I thought they were really cool designs. They looked cool, and
Yeah.
in general, I thought the Neverland kind of map in Days was really cool. One of the highlight worlds because
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was all new essentially,
Mhm.
except
I
for I
love
guess
the music
part of the
in
pirate
Neverland.
ship was a callback to was it 1?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
when you're on, like,
callback to
Hook's
Kingdom
ship.
Hearts
Yeah.
1. But you know, I found the boss designs to be cool. I think the regular mob designs were where it fell flat for me. Like some of those like big body kind of heartless that had like
Yeah,
they had like 10
that were just like a health
health
sink,
bars,
and you're
and I
just
just
like
like it's not fun to just
Yeah,
jump combo walk away, jump combo walk away. Like that stuff gets very repetitive and kind of like mindlessly
yeah,
boring.
yeah.
um so
Feels like a bit of padding, but it's
yeah,
like,
and so
well,
that
you get
stuff,
that occasionally.
you know, that stuff I found
Mhm.
less interesting. I'd much rather have more of those uh-oh, here we go boss fights
Yeah.
than those
Yeah.
mini boss fights that I could do in my sleep but take 5 minutes, you know?
Yeah, yeah, where it's just, like, one hit, like, tanks, like, 80% if you just screw up, but it's like, "Alright, wait for him to do his thing, block, alright." And you hit him a couple times, then you
Yeah.
have to do it again, and it's just, like, repetitive, but you also have a small margin of error, and it's like,
Yeah,
ugh.
yeah. Well, at the end of the game, some of those mini bosses had huge health sinks, and it's so boring that you're like late in the fight, you're likely to just get greedy or make a mistake, and you can only tank like a hit or two from them before they kill you. And so, like, there were quite a few times where I whiffed the fight because I just was bored or not like
Yeah,
I
yep.
wasn't on top of it because it was taking so long, and you get sloppy, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah. Brain starts to be like, "We've done this, it's
yeah,
fine."
can we
Just like
just hurry this up? And I start to get greedy for
Mhm.
extra hits and things, and then it costs you the fight.
Yep.
You have to start all over. It's miserable.
Yeah, yeah. Not necessarily my favorite. I remember when I played through that I think the thing I had it's not that I had trouble with, I was just like, "Oh my god." And it's when you're fighting the oh boy, what are they? The Emerald Sonatas, the little flying guys, and, like, they're just on that, like, track, and, like, it's not complicated. You just have to wait for that point where they pass by, and you're like, "Oh," and you hit them a few times, and then they leave, and you're just like, "Alright, I'll see you next time," and you just kinda have to wait as they make their loops over and over, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Come on." Come on, guys.
Yeah,
This
there
is
was
so
the fight in the maze. There was the fight
yeah, there
in
was the maze.
Neverland.
Yeah. Yep.
There was a couple of those fights where
Yes.
they are just on a
Emerald
track and they
Serenade. There
move
we go.
slightly faster than you.
Yes.
So
Yeah, and sometimes
you chase them and you
enough that
go,
you
"Oh,
also
damn it, I gotta wait. I gotta ambush
you
him
gotta wait the
15 times, while I
Mhm.
sit here." and
Yeah.
and, and so that stuff is I think them padding out gameplay time with the limitations, making something kind of artificially hard or
Yeah.
taking a
Yeah.
long time when it's not that complicated. Those design choices felt more like concessions to the hardware
Yeah,
to
yeah.
me.
We're just making a silly little challenge. We're just kind of padding out the gameplay.
Yeah.
Also, Flo says their HP gets lower, they get faster. I did not know that, and that's more
That's
annoying.
more annoying, yeah.
That's so annoying. Oh god. I remember like really just like having a moment of being like, I don't like this mission like at all when I was like sitting in the Wonderland maze and I was just like, I'm kind of done with this one. You know what? I've got a lot of patience and it's wearing a little thin right now.
Yeah. Yeah,
It was
yeah.
that one
I think but
specifically.
it's just because, like, all right, fine, so what they're asking you to do is to lie in wait and ambush as they come around.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
fine. Once you figure that out, though, there's nothing to do. So
There's
you're
nothing
just
you
you just
just sit there
stand
twiddling your
around and wait for
thumbs,
them
just
to make a
waiting.
big loop.
Yeah.
And so, like, it's just,
Yeah.
that's where you're, um, I like the game. There's a kind of modern gaming, like trope about devs respecting your time. It's kind of the argument about side quests and collectibles and fetch quests and type things where, they're padding, they're making you run around for nothing. And so
Right,
this was
right.
kind of the opposite. They were kind of making you stand around for nothing.
Mhm.
And I don't know. I just that kind of stuff is to be expected from a game from this era and from
Yeah.
this hardware, but definitely not a highlight fun wise.
Yeah, it's mostly at least just funny. It's not like, wow, this is an experience ruining type anything. It was just like, come on, man. Like, it's about the extent of the
They kept
exasperation.
pushing him out of the room. Oh my god, that pissed me off. That was maybe when I got maybe the most annoyed with the game.
Oh,
There were those
oh my
enemies that,
god.
first of all, the doorways that had the ring I think in the mission
Yeah, yeah.
mode,
In mission mode,
where
yeah.
you could be like in game like 6 feet from the door and it would take you through the
Mhm.
door. And so you'd be in a combat situation where there was a door or two on the edge of the area you're fighting. And if you graze that window around the door, you get sucked
Yeah,
out
yeah.
and then you come back and have to start the fight over. That drove me insane. And there was one day where
Mhm.
I got pulled out of the room like 3 times unintentionally, like in a
Mhm.
row. And
Yeah.
that was about as close as I got to being like, to hell with this. I don't want to do it.
Right, right. They're called heartless for a reason.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you're
was
not
not a
wrong, I
fan
guess.
of that game design. But again, that mode, that's an extra
Yeah.
mode. It's
That is
designed
yeah, that's
to
not like the
pad out your
default
time
game,
with the
but
game, to give you some more fights to do or whatever. And so clearly, the inconvenience of that door design was not,
mhm.
I
Mhm.
think, sat with long enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Here, let's go to the next question really quick. Here we go. Have your opinions on any of the organization members changed and who or what was interesting to learn about? Because we really got to
Um,
spend a lot more time with like
all of
Demix
them.
and all of them. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
all
got
of
to spend a
them.
lot of time with them.
I think I don't think much of my opinions of them have changed. I think
Mhm.
like certainly my like opinion of Demix, I think may perhaps changed the most because Demix had the opportunity to make me laugh a few times, with
Yeah.
his like kind of laziness and like
Mhm.
laissez-faire kind of attitude about being in the organization, and that was more
Yeah.
endearing in this game than it was in passing in 2, where I was just
Yeah.
like,
Who
I
is this guy? Like, what is
again,
he
it's
doing? Yeah.
much like Roxas, I didn't get an opportunity to spend enough time with the character to see why you guys
Yeah.
kind of love them so much. But in this game, given that extra screen time, then
Mhm.
they have the opportunity to kind of like to grow on you a little bit. So Demix
Yeah.
grew on me a
Yeah.
little bit, certainly. Most of the other organization members, though, I already thought were like pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think they all have cool designs. I like all their weapon
Mhm.
designs. So
They're all very, like,
they're all very
very
distinct and
clear.
unique.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
They're certainly like an odd bunch.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
and so it kind of highlights the because looking at all the characters individually, I don't think you'd assume that any of them have any chemistry at all. You know,
they're like coworkers. All of them are like coworkers.
Yeah. It has this like we're work friends vibes. Like we are forced to spend like 8 hours a day together, and so we hang out, but we wouldn't under normal circumstances.
Yes,
and
yeah,
then,
exactly.
Like, but what I think is cool about that is that the Sea Salt trio has to really work hard over the course of the narrative to build their rapport, to become to have their friendship mean something, because Axel and Roxas are not alike at all.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of like, they become friends kind of by default because they, you know, they spend some time together, but like their characters are not similar, and that tension becomes meaningful once they care about each other. So like they have to spend all this time becoming friends. Then all of a sudden their difference in the difference in the way they approach the organization, whereas Axel's kind of like the organization's, you know, like kind of knife, you know, and does dirty work for the organization. And Roxas is kind of the organization member that has a bit of a conscience, ironically.
Yeah.
You know,
yes.
Their friendship is put to the test because of that. And so like it's cool to see that hard-won relationship that takes time in the game to build and to be meaningful, and then to immediately stress test it with conflict.
Yeah. Yes. By the way, I forgot and I looked over and I saw it and I didn't say anything, and now Queen is putting me on blast that my Discord name shows up in the corner on your stream. My beloved Discord name.
Well, it's at the bottom of your it's because I'm sharing
it's because it's Discord.
Yeah, well, this is
so
your
it's just
fault.
Like, this it is explicitly my fault. So just so everybody knows, that's me. That's and I came into Graven's server, and every time I enter a new server, I completely forget. And I go in, and then it's like, potion of shit your bed has arrived. And I'm like, oh, hey, sorry. And then I had to request, I was like, can we have nicknames enabled? So it'd be not this.
I feel like potion of shit your bed is like something Freerun would pay a lot of money for. Does anyone watch Freerun?
Dude, I'd be sipping a little bit off the supply every day. Anyway, it's a fantastic name. Thank you. I know it is. That's why I won't change it. It speaks to my soul, so it will not be happening. But like, you know, that's why that's there. Anyway,
you've been Discord doxed.
I have. Sorry. Don't start sending me friend requests. What were we saying before that? Oh, I will say, when I was setting these questions up, and I was talking to Tennille at the time, and it was like, oh yeah, this question would be good, you know, and my bet was like, I'm pretty sure if it's gonna be anyone that's like, oh, this is Graven's pick of this is the guy that like I came around on. I was like, it's gonna be Demix. I know this for a fact. And then I was right.
Well, there was a few moments where Demix did make me laugh when we were playing the game.
Yeah.
And I think I even said as much, where I was like, Demix is all right, you know?
Yeah, all right, okay.
And it's not like I disliked Demix, because I just didn't, there wasn't any reason to dislike him. I just didn't understand. I didn't have any reason to like him in particular, you know, that's all. And so like, he, you know, his kind of like laissez-faire charm, was more on display in this game.
Yes. Yeah. You get to spend more time with him. He's just a goofball. I love this like first guy to say, I just work here, man.
Yeah.
Like guy who performs the bare minimum, so they do not promote him.
Yeah.
But Yeah, he's a silly guy. I enjoy him a lot, and it's funny, especially when you know who he is. In Kingdom
He's
Hearts
the
2, there's
guy.
this
He's the guy at school when you get when
uh-huh.
he's in your group project and you're like, oh shit. You know,
Yeah, you're like,
it's
"God
like
damn it. Like, this
he's
guy's
not
not gonna
he's not gonna do shit.
he won't even show up on presentation day. Like, he will be just gone somewhere, and you're like, "Well, whatever, his name's on the
He's the
project."
guy where like you do all the work for your group presentation and then you on the
Mhm.
day you give him his part to say so that everyone can say a thing and he goes like, ah, like he
Yeah.
complains about it
Ugh.
and you're like, you
He's
didn't
reading it
even
on a paper, you know?
yeah. It's like you can't even do this so we could all get points.
Yeah. And and the history of the
Everyone knows that
Alamo,
guy from school. Everyone
yeah.
remembers.
Yeah. They did give him a paper to read from from in Cage too, exactly, where he, like, takes it out, and he's just like, if he resists, like, he's just like, "Oh, geez," he's putting the paper away. Yeah, he's funny. I enjoy him a lot because he's just such a character that you're also, like, with the caveat of, like, oh, to be a nobody that looks like a human, you're typically somebody who was pretty strong-willed in some way,
Yeah, it
and
makes
it's
zero
some
sense for Demix.
yeah. And so it's something where I'm like, maybe the strong will was his willingness to not do what he doesn't wanna do,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
He's just like, "I'm not doing that.
He is
That's not happening."
strong-willed about not doing as much as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He had a very strong will to slack off.
Yeah.
He's a serious slacker. Yeah, he takes it very seriously. Our last little question on here is thoughts about the relationship between Axel and Syx, because we get a lot more of they clearly have more of a background going on than previously shown.
Syx gives off big like ex-best friend energy
Uh-huh.
in those late
He's really
scenes.
he's really like divorced guy.
Yeah, the divorced
Uh-huh.
ex-wife Syx energy,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
Uh-huh.
you know, hates your new partner, doesn't know them at all, just hates them by default.
Yeah. Yeah.
It especially for the and it is a kind of like very notable kind of story beat, but when Axel's human name is dropped by Syx
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
that moment, and it's a way of Syx signaling to the player, like, I know who you are, I really know you. He doesn't know
Yeah,
you, I
like, they
do.
know each other, they have a history.
He'll
"I
never know
know
you like I
Lee."
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That
Yes.
big X energy, yeah. Um,
Mhm.
Syx is not terribly redeemable in this game. He kind of spends the entire game being the asshole boss that nobody likes.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. The middle manager.
it is interesting that he does have a bit of characterization, a bit of story,
Mhm.
where
He
it seems
sucks, it's so awesome.
but there's I think the important tell in the story is that Syx doesn't actually trust Xemnas completely. Because he
Yes,
is,
yeah.
even though Syx is not number 2, I don't know Syx's number off the top of my head, but he's not number 2,
Mhm.
but he
No.
functionally is. Like he is the middle
Yes.
manager of the organization, right?
Yep.
He assigns everyone their jobs and he makes sure
He's very
everyone
much
goes on their
like
missions.
Xemnas's little right-hand man, even though he's number 7 is what
Which
it
is
is.
perfect because that's right in the middle of
Yeah.
14 of them.
Yeah,
So
actually.
he is quite literally the middle manager.
He is.
But so you get the idea, or at least I got the impression playing through the game in the beginning that he kind of wants to be number 2, and that so he's the one who does all of the number 2 kind of things.
Mhm.
To kind of to win favor with Xemnas, but then later in the
Yeah.
game, it's kind of revealed that he doesn't really trust Xemnas, or is suspicious of Xemnas having ulterior motives, and he has his own ulterior motives, which Axel calls out as him wanting to rise to the top, which kind of fits in
Yeah.
with that, like, oh, I thought he wanted to rise to number 2, but it seems like he wants to be number 1, actually.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
Xemnas is not looked at as boss I want to impress, but boss I want to replace.
Yeah. I'll do the dirty work. You make it to the top. In quotes.
Right.
Is that exchange that they have. Yeah. And yeah, it is very like they clearly like have one a history. They have also some type of plan that is also going off the rails as things just
Yeah.
shift and change
Well, and it gives the
in Axel.
organization such dimension because
Yeah.
they are clearly, Axel and Syx clearly have some long-running scheme involved inside the organization for them to kind of rise in power within the organization. And the first order of business that's really kind of discussed by them in private is taking out the other faction of the organization that is also grouped together and is privately executing their own agenda. So like there's all of this delicious backstabbing and kind of like
lots of
intercorporate politics.
Yeah.
Right? Which is cool. It gives the dimension. It gives the organization a lot of dimension. You know, it's not just a kind of superficially structured organization of bad guys. You know what I mean? And that's why I think I think that accounts for why you go to these conventions and you see so many people in coats. You know what I mean? Like why the organization has become such a cool, iconic part of the series is because it has all of this delicious,
there's so much in there to kind of grab onto.
Yeah.
And I think because there are 13, 14 different guys that you can pick from, everybody like has a guy. You know what I mean? Even if that guy is not like I had a friend growing up before I was ever into Kingdom Hearts, and their special guy was Vexen. And so before I knew anything about Kingdom Hearts, I was like, well, I know that Vexen guy. Even Vexen, it doesn't matter who. Everybody can find somebody that's like their favorite little organization member. Vexen? Yes, Vexen. But to be fair to this person, they always had an affinity for kind of like evil genius types and like villains and stuff. So I was like, okay, that makes sense for them now that I know more. But it was just like, yeah, Vexen from Kingdom Hearts, and like that's like one of the guys I know, it was just like the organization is so like, especially for the time when these games came out, people loved exploring this space. Yeah.
Ozempic
Vexen.
Gaston.
Yes.
I'm dying on this hill.
Yeah. He's way too stacked, way too tall for a guy who's just like in the lab doing science, that I'm sure he's way too big for his keyboard. It's wild, but it's something that like the organization really just has like, it's an established look. Each character is very distinct, and people, especially when these games came out, were so like, I want to spend so much time in this world, that you're like, yeah, a character who doesn't show up that much, and they're like, yeah, Lexius, that's your favorite guy ever. And like, this game helps with that. You get to play as your favorite guy ever from the organization. So it really just kind of like fed into and like perpetuated. And so even to this day, people are like, yeah, the cool organization cloak. That still is utilized story-wise moving forward, as you will see. It doesn't just go away with them, but like it's iconic, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very cool. And it's easily the most common like Kingdom Hearts reference that you see at conventions and at fan gatherings of any kind. That's what you could bet. That's the first thing you're gonna clock is someone in an organization cloak.
Yep. Even Mickey gets to wear the cloak. Everybody gets to wear the cloak. Nobody goes without the cloak. All 5 of us Syx fans. Well, speaking of Syx fans, check out this slide Hala sent to me. Hala's Syx Power Minute.
All right.
While Hala was here visiting for a brief moment, and this was not too long after our last Power Hour, Paula had been like, I, of my own accord, had been making a slideshow to show other people and like friends or whatever, and was just like, can I send you this? Can I just like send you this so you can put it in the next one? And I was like, you got it, babe. So here we are.
Okay.
Paula's Sayek's Power Minute.
Nice.
It
You
says
wanna
kiss
you
kiss
have
mwah,
1 minute.
mwah,
You want
mwah.
to run through it?
Yeah, okay. Yep. He can be your devil or your angel. He's voiced by Kirk Thornton. You did a panel with him in Vegas.
Uh-huh.
He's also the voice of Shadow the Hedgehog. He's number 7 in the organization. His title is the Luna Diviner. He becomes
Whatever
a
that
high-ranking
means.
member of the you know, becomes a high-ranking member in Organization 13,
Not
as
really.
we just discussed.
Mid-ranking.
I mean, mid-rank, yeah, but like number 2, but like down here. Can go into a berserk state in which he becomes incredibly powerful and out of control. Like, because this was a summary to explain to other people, so you know these things, but this is Hala's little Sayek
I
slide.
like that his claymore is named Lunatic with his Luna
Yeah.
Diviner. That's a cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Actually,
little
I didn't even think
detail.
of that when I was looking at this. I was like, yeah, lunatic. It makes sense. He's like a berserker, and it's like lunatic, and I'm like,
Mhm.
oh my god. Bunny
Bunny
motifs, Bunny
motifs.
Man. It's so I'm gonna go over that in the
Well,
next
his
slide.
joke
All right,
weapon
but
in Days
yeah.
was the bunny thing. But like, does he have
Yes.
any motifs normally? Not that well, I guess this
other
is a Japanese thing about rabbits on the moon, right?
Well, that's gonna be my next slide. So,
Okay, all right, we'll get there.
and then this next bullet, he's my depressed gay werewolf allegory. He and Axel go through a very messy public divorce.
Clearly, yeah.
Zemnis's sexy secretary. Hala's little meow meow who has never done anything wrong.
Totally.
And then this will not be the last that you see of him, hopefully. And the last one says, I will not continue to allow the Sayek slander any longer.
Okay.
Everyone will say, we're sorry, Sayeks. You're so cool and handsome, and we all love you right now. So if chat could get on it.
On 3, everybody.
Yeah, on 3.
We're sorry, Sayeks.
We're sorry,
you're so
Sayeks.
cool and
You're
handsome,
so cool and
we all love
and
you.
we all love you. Yay! He's okay, I guess.
There you go.
There
Hala.
we go.
Don't be
There we
We
go.
did
Good. Strong opener. I hope Hala's proud. The silence from chat. Look, it came in. It came in. There we go. I'm seeing it pop in. Good job, everyone. So I specifically, like, Gabby was like, you have to explain this to him. And I was like, yeah, I will. So I have to explain this because when you were in, you're like, oh, this like rabbit in the moon. And someone was like, it's a Sailor Moon reference. And I was like, it is not a Sailor Moon reference.
Well,
Moon
chat never lies to me.
They never lie, and they never say
and they never get anything wrong.
No.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
One small aside is that like while we were waiting and I had your stream up for a second, and then it was like you were asking about, you're like, what is fragmentary passage? And people were like, oh, 0.2. And then somebody said it's basically DLC. And I was like, who's saying this? And I was like, I love how chat just says stuff with their full chest. And I was like, I have to say something before I forget.
It's okay. It's okay. I ask questions. I throw it on the internet for the community to answer. I get 15 different answers, and then I mush them together like this, and I think I know something, and that's how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, I think you have shown that you are pretty good at actually understanding the assignment, even if people tell you things like this is a Sailor Moon reference. So anyway, rabbits and the association with the moon is a very general, like, East Asian mythology. It is like present pretty much everywhere. It's just like, the story can vary here and there, but partly it comes from the fact that like the moon looks like it has a rabbit on it, thus sparking many stories about it.
Sure. The craters on the moon, the kind of ink blot in that culture looks like a rabbit. And that's something that's been around, I'm assuming, for a very long time.
A very, very long time.
What is the square next to the rabbit?
So the square next to the rabbit is interpreted as a couple different things. Sometimes it's interpreted as like the rabbit will be depicted as either working on kind of like a life elixir where he's like grounding like a mortar and pestle, basically.
Okay.
Or it is, especially in Japan, they pound mochi. So it's like they'll have that
Delicious.
container and people will, put mochi in and you have to slam it with a hammer and then like
Uh-huh.
fold it over and then
Yeah.
slam it with a hammer again. And so they'll depict like, oh, here's the rabbit pounding the mochi on the moon. And so oftentimes when it's like, oh, here we are with our moon rabbit fun stuff, the mochi is typically involved.
Sure. But
So
ultimately it's a cool, like, kind of long running Japanese cultural reference.
yeah,
And that's cool.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and the general story is that, like, and this is super abbreviated, and, like, sometimes the companions, like, change depending on, like, where the story is being told, but, like, Rabbit and his companions help a starving man who turns out to be, like, God, basically. He is starving, and they're all trying to get him food, and the rabbit is like, "I can't get anything really but grass." But people eat meat. So he throws himself onto the fire and then he's not burned by the fire due to his selflessness. And they're like, wow, you are so kind to have sacrificed yourself for me because I was starving. So then puts an image of the rabbit on the moon is kind of where that comes from.
Cool.
Yeah, it's just like a little story. And then to tie it back into Sailor Moon, she is Sailor Moon and her name is Usagi, which means rabbit. And her last name is Tsukino. But when you say it last name, first name, Tsuki means moon. To put no is like a possessive kind of particle. So it's like it's basically saying like moon rabbit is
The
putting
moon's
her name. So
rabbit.
it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, yes, exactly. So that's the whole thing where it's like it's a Sailor Moon reference. And I'm like, no, but we're
Yeah.
gonna talk about that. So that's a
Well,
fun fact
Sailor Moon
for
and
everybody.
Kingdom Hearts are both referencing the same lore.
Yeah, basically. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's just like, oh, Moon and the Rabbit Association is very you're gonna see that throughout. And I was just like, I'll just put that in there for fun. Why not? We'll talk
Cool.
about it. So that's why he gets the rabbit with the moon, because
That's
it's
cute.
silly and it's cute.
It is cute.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. What did I put next? We're gonna discover together. Oh, right. I forgot to point this out last time with Kingdom Hearts 2, and I felt it was still relevant because it has to do with Roxas.
Mhm.
So in the prologue, when you are playing as Roxas on the sixth day, there is this really kind of famous little Easter egg that as he is looking out the window, you can see on the left, he is standing there. Birds fly past the window in front of the camera. And in between the birds, for like the split, like barest of seconds, it's Sora.
It's Sora, yeah.
Yeah,
I can
and
see
it's
that,
something
yeah.
that's like it is so fast that like you might clock like, oh,
Most
something
people don't
moved or
clock that, I
something, but
imagine, yeah.
yeah, yeah, but it's just, like, a really cool detail that was just because this is the scene where, he's getting out of bed and, like, you're kinda seeing Sora phase in and out over him as he's, like, getting out of bed and everything. Because this is almost the end of his summer vacation. It's 6, right?
Right.
So, it's like, oh, this is, like it's all really kicking in, and then it's just, like, this little flash, and it's just,
That's
like, a
very
really
cool.
cool attention to detail. Yeah.
Yeah, all of these cool little details are like they really add up, you know? And
Mhm.
it's when I see people in chat saying I just learned this. Yeah. Like that's
Yeah, yeah.
that's so cool though that like this is one of those series that even if you've consumed it for years and years, there's still more to learn about it. It's really cool.
Mhm. Yeah, it's that's why I was just like, "You know what? I gotta put it in because it's gonna be somebody's first time learning about it." And it's just such a neat little detail. So, I think it's cool as hell. So, I'm glad I remembered literally, like, 10 minutes before, like, it was, like, 12:45 or something, and I was like, wait," and I went and downloaded the cutscene and was, like, taking screenshots just to put it in, so we got
Nice.
there. Um, I was behooved to draw to attention one of people's favorite lines in this game is this goofy exchange
Mhm.
while Shion can't, you know, pull out the Keyblade or anything, and Roxas is like, "Yeah, we'll work together, it'll be fine, you can use mine." And so, he's there and he's just like, "I can improvise," and he pulls out a stick, and it's just like, "Roxas, that's a stick." And people as you can see, people are literally saying in chat, it's just like,
I've
at the
seen this
time,
in chat all year.
Yes.
This is something that I know has been like memed for in the community a bunch.
Yeah, I have seen a video of Allison Stoner saying the line for people. So, It's something where it's just like, it is just goofy. And the writing in this game is very funny. It's very sassy. There's a lot of just like, the localization is great, I think, in this game. And it's just so silly. Fun fact, Roxas, that's a stick. It just straight up is not a line in the Japanese.
Looks like a stick.
Like I said, the localization did a great job.
Like a stick.
There's some real funny players
like
who
a
bring a
stick.
stick when they do Roxas. Yeah, that it's something where it's just silly and people love this line. And I remember when it happened and like you were just reading through and like I was seeing people being like, he didn't care about the stick line, you know? And I was like, all right, I have to bring it up, the stick line.
I mean, it's great, you guys. It's great.
So good. I have to draw attention to it, all right? This way you know. You're getting the highlights of the important bits. He can improvise. Give him a minute. I can improvise. Big stick.
Trix in the house. What up, Trix?
Hi, Trix.
And I did know that your walk-on was a reference to the Roxas stick thing. I did know this.
Look, listen, chat. He picks up on way more than I think you give him credit. I think you're explaining 358. It paints very clearly that you're like, I was paying attention. I'm just not saying it all the time.
It's yeah,
guy who doesn't turn in homework but aces the test. So
yes,
yeah,
I'll take that.
Yeah,
I'm paying attention.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Let me double check. Let me make sure that this is.
I'd rather be underestimated and over deliver than overestimated.
There you go. Yeah. Perfect. In the movie, they don't put her jumping, and that kills everybody. This little moment where she can finally like summon the Keyblade properly, and they're very excited. Like they turn and they're holding it, and she has her like excited little hop, and it's just like really, really cute.
Little jump. It is very cute. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super cute, and like they have this scene in the movie, but they like did not. They
reanimated it more seriously. Yeah, they took some of that out.
Yeah, a bit. And so this is one where it's just like we have to mourn the loss of her cute hop. That feels like it's just cute characterization anyway. Like she's excited. Yippee!
It is very cute.
But yeah. Movie ups the angst. Yeah, I'd say so. F whimsy. Yeah. Yep. So I had to put this GIF in so we could appreciate and look at it and be like, aw, for, shucks, damn, that's a shame that it wasn't in there, but aw.
It's all right. It's in the game.
Yeah. Wasn't in the movie.
Where it belongs.
Anyway, yeah, exactly. I think it's to show personality on the DS because there's no voice. Well, I mean, there's also no like facial animation, so there's more.
100%, you guys. The reason why this was animated this way was because they were working with limited hardware and they're doing their best to make these characters likable and relatable and cute, and all of the animators are like going out of their way to express that as much as they can on this limited hardware. And so you get these cute little moments like this. And when the priorities are different, when they are remastering the cutscenes to compile the story as efficiently as they can with the other games that have been fully remastered, but they are not going to obviously take the time and the care to remaster this completely, but they got to get the story there so that people understand what's going on. And so these little moments get glossed over. That's just kind of like how that works. But 100%, these little extra details are put in here to help characterize the characters because of the limited hardware and the limited voice acting from the original release.
Yes, well said. Let's see. Speaking of animation and exhibiting character, if I remember correctly, it should be never mind. After this one. Really quick, we have to talk about the ice cream line. This is just obviously that final line from Roxas, who will I have ice cream with?
Who will I have ice cream with while she's dying?
While she's like dying there, yeah. Um, it
Uh,
is bully him. Funny line.
it is funny.
It's very
It is
it
funny
is
and
funny.
tone deaf, but it also is it speaks to Roxas's innocence. It speaks to
Yeah.
his limited experience as a living person. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it does demonstrate that the most important thing to him is their time eating ice cream, and that's understandable given that he's only
Yeah.
300 days old or whatever, and
Yeah.
the only fun he's had is eating ice cream with his friends. It's
Yep.
in the broader context of life, it's completely tone deaf and juvenile. But that's the point,
Yeah.
isn't it? You know?
Because he doesn't know anything or any better. Like, he's expressing what's important to him in
Yeah.
the only way he knows how. You know what I mean? And so it sounds very funny when you're kind of just looking at it. I wouldn't even say like out of context, but you're like just that line in isolation where you're like, what? And it's something where it's just like it is both a tragic line, but also, yeah, it does sound really funny. But it is something where it speaks to that experience that
Yeah,
it's just
I
like
think
he doesn't know anything
chat
else.
sees me laugh at the line and they think that I don't understand its depth. No, it's not
Right.
it at all. I completely understand why it's a great line and the right choice for the character. It's the fact that it's funny is part of what makes it so brilliant. The fact that it's tone deaf and a bit
Mhm.
ridiculous and a bit selfish even in a normal context is the reason why it
Yeah.
is so effective, because his experience is so limited. I get it, you guys.
Yeah.
Um but that and only a very carefully thought out line can give you a reaction like I had and still carry weight, right? Where you're
Mhm.
like, I
Mhm.
can't believe he said that, but also it's very touching at the same time. That shows how
Yeah.
great the writers are. You know, none of that was
Mhm.
lost on me, not even on the first time I heard it. It's just like it genuinely surprised me and
Yeah.
made me laugh because it is absurd. It's an
Mhm.
absurd thing to say when your friend is dying. Um, but
Yeah.
but of course, given the context of the game, it's very sweet and innocent and sad and tragic. It's all of those things.
Mhm.
That's
Mhm.
that makes it really great writing.
Yeah. I let it be known I assumed all of this of you anyway. That I was
I
like, yeah,
know.
he's probably gonna laugh. Like, this is something where like sometimes I'm just talking aside to like Gabby or something. Or like, yeah, he's probably gonna react this way or that way. You know, it's just like, yeah, he's probably gonna laugh at the line, but also completely understand what it means.
I
Like
completely
it's
get it. Yeah.
you could do both, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's but, like, people were like, "Please, you have to talk about the ice cream line," and that's something where this is also just a line in general because obviously people have very adverse different reactions to it, where some people are like, "Wow, this just hit me and, like, it made me cry," because that's just how like, it's not that it's not silly sounding, but, like, just that emotional weight
Yeah,
definitely
it
for
definitely
some
carries
will
weight.
overpower. Yeah. And then
Um,
sometimes it's like, "Ha that sounds really silly," but it's still like,
it's
well, yeah,
absurd.
because it's all he knows.
It's a completely absurd line. But the fact that
Yeah.
they chose such a simple and absurd reaction that can both
Mhm.
be kind of funny and tragic. It's such a great moment because of all of that layering there, you know. I really do like the moment a lot. But of
Yeah.
course, like
Yeah.
me bursting with laughter was more about surprise
Yeah, yeah.
at the very bold choice to have Roxas say something frankly so selfish in that moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and but part of that again highlights his innocence and
Mhm.
and like naivety and like those things are important layers to the character.
Yeah. I'd say so. I because it's topical and I realized I forgot to put it in. There's a lot from the novels that gives like really interesting insight, and the novel writer herself wrote for this game really specifically. But there is this part where it's like Namine kind of reflecting as she meets Shion for the first time, and she sees so much of Sora and his like sense of justice and like his determination and like these heroic qualities like within Shion, and then is like, I think she's like, I haven't really met him, but it's just like seeing these qualities in Shion, and then like I think that like Roxas got more of like Sora's like childish qualities, which I thought was a really interesting like comparison of like both of these things exist within him, and like Roxas got some of the more childish qualities where like Shion got some of the more serious like moral compass. I mean, they both did, but like it's something where
its
you're clearly
selfishness
driven
gives it
differently.
its selfishness layers its tragedy, like that,
Yes.
because he's, it's framed in a selfish way, but really what Roxas is saying is, what am I going to do? Like, what
Yeah.
am I going to do
Like,
now? And who am I going to do it with? The
I
only
have
thing
nobody,
the only
you know?
thing I look forward to is being taken away from me. So he's
Yep.
contextualizing it in a personal way,
Yeah.
and that comes out, a bit selfish,
Yeah.
and so like
It's also,
that gives it that tragedy that touches you when you relate to it, and gives the emotional moment its weight.
yeah. Yeah, I think it's also like given the circumstance that like there's a lot of confusion because he's like holding Shion and he's like, did I do this to you? Who are you? What's happening? And it's like you literally just fought her, but like the memories are already just like bleeding away. And so, he's just holding, and it's like it's the second he takes her hand, and he's like, who else will I have ice cream with? It's like the first thing that comes out of his mouth, and it's just like, yeah, it's your way of conveying like you're remembering the important part, but everything is just falling away.
It's a great moment, honestly. It is.
Yep.
It is a great
Yeah.
moment. It was not lost on me, chat. Don't worry. Okay, I do. Again,
Don't worry, he got it.
I don't often like to remind you guys, but I do have.
Dude, you went to college.
I
for
did
this.
go to college for film studies. Okay, film theory and things. I understand the storytelling very well. I promise.
Yes. Yeah. I think you have highlighted that clearly enough. Give me like 2 seconds. I got my glasses all smudgy. Don't look at me without my glasses. I'm not I'm a different person. Okay. Well, that said. So, with the discussion of characters having different animations that really show the character, they had a whole cast of characters that they're pitching for a multiplayer, right? It was a huge draw of the system. It was something that like Nintendo specifically was like, hey, can you produce Kingdom Hearts for the DS? Could it be something with multiplayer? And Nomura went, I got just the guys. I got a bunch of guys I can use.
I have a fighting game roster for you.
Yes, absolutely. So the one thing that is unfortunate that like the multiplayer aspect, because not everybody's rocking around with a Nintendo DS from like the mid 2000s, you know what I mean, to play like multiplayer, like local multiplayer, you know what I mean? So when you play multiplayer with other people, there is a like victory screen. Basically, it'll tell you who won. People are like racking up points. That's why you're picking up all of these like gems and stuff. And so what happens is the victory screen is you start on the bottom screen and all of the players are in chairs. And then those chairs will rise up into the top screen and then show who's like first, second, whatever. And when you lose, sometimes it'll like spin like really silly. But each character has a victory and loss animation, and they're all different, and they're all really just cool to look at because they're all very clearly like trying to sell a character with like a limited animation and like model. So it's all very like movement and everything. And they also all have individual win animations when you win in a coliseum with them. So I have them all collected here for you to see.
Well, Xemnas is fine, I guess. He does a little spin. for his Coliseum
Uh,
win.
Yep.
Does a little face
I
palm
like that
for his lose.
his loss where he's like, it's like so dramatic, you
It's
know what I
very
mean?
dramatic,
It's
yeah.
very theatrical. And his win, it's all very him, I feel like. And this is in like order, like number order. So here's Zigbar. Um, I love that like he just sits back and he's like, yeah. It's fun.
His win taunt is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I just like the sitting back and like crossing his leg and he's like, eh. um Usually they're fairly simple. Some are a lot more wild than others. Demix is a particular favorite. Here's Alden posing cool with his spears. But he's still quite stalwart. So like even
I
when he
like
wins, he's just like
the difference between his win and lose animation is very minimal.
very small.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very just like a damn, you know, and then he's like and that's it. Like that's all you get from him. And winning is just like, well, of course. Yes, of course I won. Thank you.
Thank you guys for the hype. We have a little shared hype train starting.
Woo! Shared hype train.
Last Alley Cat resubbed 8 months. Monsieur Dorito also resubbed 12 months. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for the new follows as well.
Sigbar wanting everyone to clap for him. Here's Vexen, and the way he like quakes and because they're like he's laughing, right? But it's still so like you look at it completely isolated. Thank you for the bits, Pseudo. 300 bits for all my hard work. One Sky, One Destiny with 500 bits. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Anyway, so here's Vexen, where he's like really maniacal when he wins. And he's just like devastated when he loses. He just
Yeah.
It's like really
Looks
goofy.
like he's violently vomiting in his losing animation.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Porcelain throne.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting 1 bit. Thank you, Shannon. Anakin with 5 bits. Thanks for the pennies. I really appreciate it. So anyway, here's Lexaeus. He's he's really disappointed when he loses. He's so disappointed in himself. I love how the fists, like the hands are so just
Yeah, you can tell they're trying to do the most with the very limited tool set in the animations
yeah, exactly.
that they have.
And
with
to be
these
fair,
models.
like they're smaller on a small screen. So it's getting it across.
Mm-hmm.
Shannon, stop. Stop giving me tiny nothing bits and then making the text to voice go MMNNMMN. Thank you, Queen. Spatula hands, yes. Okay. Here's Zexion. Like me getting to like revisit these is very like I love his
the hair flip.
Yeah, he gets his little hair flip and like
the hair
he's
flip
so...
win is very Zexion.
Yeah. I'm pixels now. Can't do anything about that.
Yeah, you're
Niku's
foggy
camera,
on
a
my
reference
end.
to the low poly of the DS games. Thank you for the subscription, Queen. Thank you for the gift, sub, Jules. Everybody's going crazy.
Luke
Going
with
crazy
the resub,
for Kingdom
17
Hearts.
months. Thank you guys for all the bits. Thank you guys very much.
Yes, thank you. Shared hype trains are fun and cool. Niku's my favorite 358 over 2 days character. It's me, my low poly. Anyway, here it is. Here's Zexion. Here's Syx. I love his win is just like he's just like, and that's it. Like that's all it is. Kind of understated. Just kind of.
They're all very small animation. The win, lose, in the chair. They're all like little animations, and they're basically all variants of the same thing. But but it is interesting to see
Some are going to
which
be
ones.
a lot more animated than others. Where like
Yeah.
obviously for IX it's not going to be like yay, you know, like Zigbar is like everyone's like yes, clap for me kind of a thing. But
They're just I
it's
just
just
get
fun
the
to see.
impression that they're doing a lot with a little.
Yes,
And
yeah,
and they're
absolutely.
and I think the choices all kind of fit, you know.
Mhm. Mhm. Anyway, here's Axel, and he's just like laughing. He's just yucking it up the whole time, which I think is fun. Otherwise, he just looks like he's pouting when he loses. It's
Yeah.
very just like whatever. Demix falls off his chair when he loses. And he's like kicking to like get back on. Which is like one of my favorites. It's really
This
silly.
is easily the best one so far, yeah.
Yeah. It's very like they are selling a character.
Yeah.
Small but big. We have to sell it for the back. So him being like, woohoo, you know, very animated versus the rest. And then falling off of his chair.
I kind of wish
God
that
bless him.
he just completely fell from the chair at the end.
Like
would be-
eventually just
yeah,
like fell
just
off.
completely falls away. Would just make it that much better.
Yeah. Coda Berry, thank you for the gifted subs. I like that for Luxord that he's not really upset. It's like the same whether he wins or loses, because for him it's just a game, right? So he
He's
wins
just
and he's
kind of
just like,
going, eh.
yeah, and then he loses, he's like, oh well, you know. Like he's just like it's very like take a bow, you we're done. Pseudo with the gift subs. My goodness. 5 gift
Yeah.
subs.
Going
Thank
into
you.
level 4, you guys. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Also, I am extremely blurry. I can't really do anything about that. That's the Twitch like share.
It's the Twitch
My
share.
stuff works.
You are
I
being
promise.
you are blurred
Yep.
on all of my
I'm
Twitch
censored.
sharing. I don't know if
Yeah.
this is an internet thing on my end or if it's just the Twitch
I don't think so.
shared
Because
thing.
you look fine to me and you're like fine on my side. And like everything for me is working just fine. I think sometimes Twitch can't handle what it's doing. So it's just kind of Graven was like that on my side earlier.
Yeah, even if I like refresh your source in OBS, it doesn't really matter because
It's
on my Twitch shared stream guest star thing, you're blurred there as well.
Yeah. It's nothing to do about it.
Yeah.
So everybody just hang tight. It'll fix at some point. So here's Marluxia. There's very an air of like, you know, and then a lean, but I like when he loses, he's like mad, but then he's like yes, I like think about it, you know, he's like so Luxord is a good sport. He is, because it's all a game, baby. That's all he really cares about. So I love Larxine's win animation. Look at her. Very like parade, like
the princess wave. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey. It's really good. And then her lose is very just like, you know.
Both of Larxine's animations fit well. I like Larxine's Coliseum win too.
Yeah. Her little little stance.
It's like a strong finish from an Olympian.
Yeah. So I forgot, and then I realized I forgot just before stream. So there is like kind of another multiplayer character. You got everybody, but there's one you kind of have to go out of your way, and it is just like basically this version of Roxas.
The hooded version.
Yeah, and he plays a little different, but like while I was doing this,
there is another multiplayer slot, or is it on Roxas you get 2 options?
Here's the thing, I don't remember, and I remembered too late when I came in that I was like, I don't remember how you get him. And so I was like, I know.
That's
0
cool.
gear plus 3. Okay, yeah, it's a specific Keyblade gear setup that gives you this.
Oh, so like you set it up in the panels and then you get the alt costume. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can have this, you can run around as this, but it is still Roxas.
That's
So it
really
does have a
cool.
different. Yes. I was like, I know it's in there,
They
and I
put a lot
remembered
of
it
heart
here.
and detail into the panel system, man.
Yeah. Yeah, they really did. There's also because everybody gets different weapons, and you whatever different weapons you're equipped with, like Roxas gets all of these different ones, all these variations of like how they look all cool, like that still carries over into multiplayer. It's not just like joke weapons, right? Even though the joke weapons are good.
The joke
So
weapons
Riku
were
does.
worth checking out because it's
Oh
funny, it's
yeah,
cute, it's
absolutely.
like little Easter eggs and stuff.
Yeah, it
But like
saved me having to go
obviously,
get a bunch of PNGs.
yeah. Well, obviously we didn't have to like, you know, I obviously wasn't going to try out every single panel combination and
Yeah,
different
yeah,
gear and whatever. Like we, I don't think that the game justifies us spending that much time going through extra content. I think
yes.
we kind of found a sweet spot with
You
the funny stuff.
you kind of did most like everything I would even care to. Like I was just like, "Oh, you don't have to go out of your way to do this," but you took time to like go and do extra stuff, and I think you
Yeah.
pretty much saw everything one would expect you to go do.
Yeah.
So,
I
more
think
or
so
less
too.
still presenting the game, but
Yeah, we did all of
um
the main story. We did some extra stuff. We did spend extra
mm,
time going for some of the bonus content and seeing some of the cute Easter eggs and different things. And I think that was enough
yeah.
for this game.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think you were still the fact that you played it through it all is like above and beyond what most people end up getting to do or even try to do. And then more. You did more, right? So I think it's as thorough as anybody could ask you to do, honestly.
Yeah.
Um but yeah, I know that like some of the weapon change, like Riku does have like he can be equipped with the Weight of Dawn. I forget which weapon equip does that, but it's one of the later ones that you had. But like it's something where like his doesn't really change except for you can get the Weight of Dawn.
Cool.
So Pandora. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, here's Roxas's win animations. I like that it I see these and it feels very Sora to me when he's
The
just kind of
top
like
one is Sora's animation, yeah, with the keyblade over the
it
shoulder.
is directly, yeah, like
Yeah.
Sora's is like he is usually facing the camera and Roxas's is flipped. Like you see his back when he does it. So that's like a fun little detail. But then there's
Yeah.
also just like hanging his head and just like this simple, like, oh, and you're like, oh, honey, honey boo bear. So here's Shion. She gets her own little Coliseum win. I like that she gets like surprised and she's like, yay! Like
Yeah.
she wins, but she's clapping. It's very cute. She's very disappointed in herself when she loses. A little embarrassed, maybe. So here's Riku, and I love his because even when he wins, he kind of does not fucking care. He's just kind of like he wins, and he's just like,
Very
well,
lax about it, yeah.
yeah, there you go. And then when he loses, he just kind of like,
Yeah,
like,
everyone
yeah,
does a variation of the face palm, yeah.
yeah, yeah. And see, you can see him here equipped with the Weight of Dawn while he's doing his little, I like his little pose. He's kind of looking down. It's cool. I like Riku. I don't know if you knew that, but
I like him too.
yeah. Here's Mickey doing his little thing. He really flies around in his Coliseum when he is whipping everywhere. What's interesting is that his lose animation is like very almost the same as Sora's. Uh that we'll see in a moment. But anyway, simple little things. Here's Donald. Donald, who you
Donald.
spent like an hour fighting one guy with.
Yep. Yep, just to prove a point.
To prove a point. And hey, you proved that point. You
Point
did it.
proven. Can't stop me, game.
Nope. With a little hard work and resilience, you can do anything. Here's Gooby.
Goof man.
Mm-hmm.
What a guy.
What a guy. What a guy. We love that guy. And here's Sora. So he does the same
Yeah,
pose,
he
but then
does
his
that
is front
similar.
facing. And he's also doing like but it's like both of his. So I just think it's cute that they like do kind of the same thing. Much more cartoonish, like as he like hangs, but it's cute. And so these are all ones that are like, these are fun animations that I like to see, but you do not readily see them in the game unless you were to like go into a mission in multiplayer by yourself and then finish it off and then see that it's a pain in the ass. So it's like, okay, cool, gift time, let's go. um let's see what's after this. Nice. Okay. I have this here to talk about this scene because a lot of people are really confused by this scene.
Mm-hmm.
As Gabby wrote, the what the actual fuck scene that most people go, I still don't understand the scene. I don't know what's going on. So we're here to talk about it a little bit. Um and so the whole scene that happens that is like Shion is like on Destiny Islands. Roxas is like, "Oh, I see her," runs up to her, and then it's like this weird shit going on. Riku is there, Zexion is there,
Mm-hmm.
and they're talking, and all this stuff is happening, and then Shion's like collapsing and becoming Riku and becoming Sora and like all of this stuff. And so the scene that it's replaying is specifically the scene in Chain of Memories when Riku is like facing Zexion on Destiny Islands. And so he had been like using his like illusion. He was like, "Oh, I'm Sora," and he's like praying into like Riku's insecurities. And then they're having this kind of conflict, and it's this it specifically is one of Riku's memories, and like Shion is like experiencing it. And it's something where like all of this crazy stuff is happening, and then Shion and Riku have their talk like on the little island, right? Love that scene. But oftentimes people are like looking at this and they're like, what is going on? What is happening with this? So here to talk about it a little bit. Um Ow, my head hurts because this cutscene is so weird. um so occurs just before the conversation Riku has with Shion on the beach, which we like later, oops, I double typoed, which we see in full later.
Mm-hmm.
When like Shion's like reflecting upon it, but like it is a scene from Riku's half of Chain of Memories, which Sora would not remember, even though she is there to absorb Sora's memories. So it's like notable that like she is getting one of Riku's. Shion is likely absorbing Riku's memories, but why? So I have things, information to deliver about the scene
Okay.
that like in the novel, which is a really interesting read. If anybody were ever curious about any of the novels, I cannot recommend this one enough because the novel writer who wrote it, as one would, wrote for this game, like on the game, helped contribute to Shion's creation, like very, very much, and helped plot things out and yada yada. So like the novel is actually just really cool and a really interesting insight into characters' perspectives, like whether it's Axel's or Roxas or Shion or even Riku, and we get a lot of like just cool thoughts, which they are littered in here. We will be seeing them, but in the novel, they deal with this scene a little bit. And Shion shows up at Destiny Islands, and Riku has been tailing her the whole time. And you get an interesting perspective from Riku because he starts to freak out a little bit because he's like, "Oh, I am not prepared to come back here yet." So he starts to sorry. Novel, I'll go to the lore, little details a bit. Yeah, it's the novels are cool. They're cool insights. Anyway,
There's
so
something that at some point I do want to like the manga, right?
there is the manga. Yes, and I do have some things to show from the manga because it's fun and silly. And then there is the novel.
Okay, so a
Two separate
separate
things.
series.
Yes.
But at some point, I've seen these. I've signed a few at conventions and stuff. People bring them to
Mhm.
me. Um,
Yeah.
and at some point, I was gonna try to like assemble a collection of them. For
Yeah, I
my
mean,
my Kingdom Hearts stuff.
they're hell, I could even like find ones to send you. I have like the whole collection. Part of what can be a little confusing when you see them is that the artist for the manga does the covers and art for the novels as well. So it all looks like it's the same, but the novels are like novelization retellings of the stories, often with extra insight to the characters. And then the manga is kind of its own fun adaptation
Right.
that
Okay.
actually stopped after 358. The mangaka, I don't know, just was like, you know what, I'm done with this for now, and then came back for like Kingdom Hearts 3. But the 358 manga is very popular in that it's very silly and it's very fun. And I have some choice panels I'll be showing you later. But
Okay.
the novel itself and the novel writer who wrote for this game specifically has some like interesting insights into everything. And in this, like Riku had been trailing Shion and is like, oh God, I did not mean to come here unprepared. And he starts to kind of not like have a panic attack, but it's just like his heart rate is like quickening and he's like, uh-oh, and he shows up and he starts remembering this scene of like him facing Zexion in like Chain of Memories. And it was this whole kind of really like, what if I had a battle that pressed all of your traumatic buttons? Like beep, 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 beep. So he's remembering this and he starts to get like this splitting headache. It's like so bad. He's like, this is like the worst headache I've had in my life, really suddenly. And Shion like looks at him and it like cuts to basically, I have it in the next slide. Yes. This scene is between Shion collapsing and Riku holding her. So like he kind of follows her there and then we get this like, oh, this whole weird memory scene is happening. And while that's happening, Namine is looking at the pod with Sora in it. And so this quote as it goes, is that you, Riku? Namine murmured as she gazed up at the pod where Sora slept. With the memories leaking out bit by bit, pieces returned to Sora. She could sense so many people in those memories. One, no, more. The shards came from several different sources. Riku's were in the jumble too. She remembered because she had tried to manipulate his memory too, just once. She'd copied that memory into the replica. But why was the other girl absorbing Riku's memories too? So there's a lot here that's really interesting and fun. And if you'll recall our fun excursion about Chain of Memories and, talking about like they both have this meteor shower memory, which only really makes sense as they both have that memory, i.e. they had it together, right? This like there was a meteor shower, I made a promise to protect you, and it's this very like contingent little memory that they both share that really only makes sense if they both share it. And in the novel here, it does just like the way it alludes to it where it's just like, oh yeah, she tried to mess with Riku's memories too when making the replica. And it was like I tried to copy that memory into the replica. And it's just like, oh, that memory, you say? You mean that really, really important one that like would only make sense if they both had it? But the point here being that like Shion is like absorbing some of Riku's memories at the same time because everything's kind of up in the air and she's literally built to like absorb memories and copy powers.
Yeah.
So while she's there and Riku is like in the vicinity and Roxas is nearby and she's basically having this like overload crazy time. So she's like, oh, I'm having this memory, but it's like Riku's memory. And then she's like
Well, Riku
on the
shows up
ground.
there. He's having the memory. She's absorbing
Yeah.
By proximity almost.
Yeah,
She's
basically.
taking in a piece of it as well.
Yeah, that's why, because a lot of people go like, why this memory? And like the scene is followed by like Riku is there like holding her on the ground, right? And so like he was there, but the novel more clearly is like he was following her. He is there, and as he like shows up to the scene, he's remembering the last time he was like in this place generally, and it was during a really bad time with Zexion. And then so she starts like she's like, oh my god, this memory, ah! So she starts having it and it's a whole everything is just like swirling and bonkers. And it's like to some extent like people are really confused by the scene, but like it's supposed to be a confusing scene because she is also really confused. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
it
Like
is intentionally meant to, I think, be to be confusing. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
This extra little bit of context kind of grounds it a little bit,
Yeah.
but in general, I think that the scene is just to show like Shion kind of in a vulnerable state,
Mhm.
that it's painful, to have all of these memories that aren't yours kind of forced upon you.
Yes. Yeah.
But it does feel a bit like a non sequitur just to have the Zexion scene like thrown
Yeah,
at
it
you.
is very just like, wait, why is Riku here? Why is Zexion here? What is going on? And it's like, well, yeah, it is confusing. But it's just like interesting when you get to kind of like dig into it a little bit that you're like, why is like of all things like where Shion is built to like absorb memories and like to replicate like Sora essentially, like to take from Roxas, who is taking from Sora, and then like Riku is somehow involved also. And it's just it's interesting. It's just something to chew on, and there's like a bit of like why that's happening, but it's still like, whoa, it's crazy what's going on. So that's all. That's just kind of put in here because a lot of people, I happened to explain this like the other night where it came up, where someone was like,
It
I still
stands
don't
out.
understand that scene.
It stands
Yeah,
out as a
for
scene
sure.
that kind of feels a bit out of place because of its like kind of left field context with Zexion.
Yeah. Yeah.
But she is just having a kind of a break from absorbing these
Yeah.
memories, and because Riku is there remembering his encounter with Zexion, she is fed some of that in the moment.
Yep.
I don't know that it's
Yeah.
any deeper than that, but it is
Yeah.
and it's all done to be it's made to feel confusing and scary and stuff to then set up the next scene where Shion is kind of offered a choice
Yeah.
for which path to
Yes.
take by Riku.
And I love that scene. I love that scene a whole lot.
It's a great scene, yeah. And the and I love the voice acting for Shion in that scene. It's
yes.
Now we talked about it a little bit when we were there. I talked about it more, I guess, when we watched it in the movie.
Yeah.
But the voice acting is very dynamic and has a lot of cool like little like different emotional beats to it.
Yeah, I had to go back and watch it because I had missed when you saw it the first time, and then I was there for the movie. And I did this separately in when Riku goes when he's just like when she had said to him like, "Are you mad at me for taking your friend away from you?" And this kind of like slight like jab at like testing the water type thing and stuff, and Riku just like, "Nah, I'm just sad." And it was just like a great line. And I remember seeing, and then it's just like you're just watching, and then you just had a big smile on your face. And I was like, yeah, nice. Because it's a good line. Anyway, what's this? Oh yeah, Gabby also wanted me to talk about how Oblivion has like associations with Shion in this game. I guess I'm just sad. Keychain representing Riku in all of the game, but here it's different. I did not make this line. I need to make it clear. Gabby put this in for me at like 7 in the morning, and I was like, okay. It is tended to like it represents like Shion while Roxas is dual wielding. Gabby suggests maybe actually be her Keyblade transformed, seeing as he is suddenly wielding 2 and Shion is now gone. But Oblivion does mean it is a state of being completely forgotten, which is clearly applicable to Shion really specifically. Shion is currently being forgotten by Roxas and all others who know her. Riku, when he catches Oblivion, which is still also distinctly like a Keyblade designed for him, right? But like he catches it, but he has like he can hear Shion like being like, please stop him, right? Like he's gonna die. Please stop him from doing this. But when he catches the Oblivion specifically, like he hears her.
This is when
Right.
when we're crossing, we're doing the kind of like the building.
Yeah, that one. Here, let me go back to that really quick while it's still go back in. There we go. I forgot. I was like, oh, this is it. I thought there was another one. Anyway, so yeah, that's like the scene talking about it where Shion gets kind of this association with Oblivion, and it's really interesting because there's a lot of like Kingdom Hearts loves making character and narrative parallels. Um
Oh, I'm in an ad break.
so we can take a moment. We
If
can
we
take a
wanna-
breather.
If we want to just give it a sec before we
Mhm.
continue. 1 minute. We have 1 minute left.
1 minute. 1 minute. Anyway, I hope I hope that brings any clarity before this with the scene. I hope anybody who is like, "Man, what is that scene?" goes, "Oh, okay. Yeah, that all right." Because it's like famously a scene people go, "I don't know what that was about." So,
The beach scene or
Yeah.
this one?
the beach
That's
scene.
science.
This
Yeah,
one is just
no,
like
that-
a
There you
fun
go.
little like,
Actually, that's
interesting
Hollow's wife.
parallel.
Yeah.
That's
I-
right. I'm sorry. Yes, that's
The
Hollow's-
beach scene
that's
definitely
Hollow's
struck
wife,
me
actually.
as strange and a bit out of place, but it didn't
Yeah.
really sit with me. I didn't feel like there was anything there I really needed to overly interpret to unlock. I think it
Yeah,
just felt
yeah.
like it was supposed to be, a demonstration of Shion's kind of like hell in other people's memories,
Oh yeah. Yeah, some of this is just like I put a lot into because like there's obviously just talking with you and your experience with the game, and then I'll put things in here that I'm like, this will be cool for people to know in general. The people who watch, it's just like, hey, here's your fun fact. Here's a new thing that you're learning. Here's some information you probably were not aware of. Half the time people go, I did not know there were novels. And you go, yep. Here they are. They say a lot of really interesting stuff.
Holla Queen is in the house. What up, Holla? Holla, we're already well through your slide. I hope you made it for that.
Yeah, your slide was like right at the beginning. I need you to know. We went through it and everybody was, well, most people were good and they said sorry to Syx
You caught
and
it, nice.
everything. Good. Okay, good. I'm glad. Cause I remember like peeking and like I didn't quite see in like the passing of chat. So I was like, oh well, at some point. Ads are done. Okay. Anyway, all of this aside of like, oh cool, Oblivion in this circumstance gets what the text to speech read the clapping emoji. It said medium dark skin tone each time it read the emoji out loud. So that was a little distracting. Thank you, Noah. Anyway, so cool character parallel. And so think fast. Who is this? What's his name?
Oh, I know this guy. I love this guy. He's great.
You sure know him.
Yeah, I know
yeah.
him.
What's
I
his
know
name?
him. We're best friends.
You
and
and
my buddy. His
Yeah.
name obviously is Hainer.
Ah, anger. It is Hainer. Yes, you got it. Our friend Hanger. And what are the other two?
Of course, anytime I am with Hainer, I also am spending quality time with my other good friends.
Mm-hmm.
Who were a
Mhm.
really good time, by the way. Just
Yeah, so cool. They're so cool.
love hanging out with them. That would be Pence and
Uh-huh.
Olette.
You got it. Good job. You'll never forget this ever again. Yippee! Your best friend Hanger.
Haymaker, Pants, and Omelet. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Good job. So proud of you. And it didn't take any time at all. Let's see. What did I have next? Okay, cool interviews and novel quotes. I have just like fun facts, clarifying statements,
Okay.
just interesting tidbits, what have you. And I don't remember exactly the order I put everything in, so each time I get to go, oh yeah, this. So,
Okay.
oh yes. So it as immediately, oh right, this one. So interviews with Nomura usually after every game clarifies a bunch of stuff, but they're like single missions are fairly short, but there is quite a number of them. So
Quite a
as
number.
Nomura had said, at first we were going to have a mission for each of the 358 days. But we thought that would be too much. So we were going to make it around 150. But when writing the scenario, we realized even that would be too much. So I gradually got rid of more and more missions. Then the guys on planning got rid of even more. And then even after that, when we sat down to play the finished product, we still felt it was too much. I wonder what would have happened if we had made it originally planned.
Yeah. Ambitious.
It's so
if
funny.
nothing
Yeah,
else,
ambitious.
right? Ambitious. And
Absolutely.
that's how you want your auteurs. You want them to be ambitious.
Yes. Yeah. I'm excited for so one of the guys that's going to be on the panel with you tomorrow, Tai Yasue, he is the co-director, and he is rather famously known as the guy who has to reel it in. So like Nomura's like, I've got this crazy cool idea, and he's like, okay, we can accomplish like half of that. He's like, that's cool. We're gonna do this. Okay?
Yeah.
This is achievable. So that's if anything, yes, Nomura is very ambitious, but like I love like, and then we got a whole bunch, and then they removed even more, and then it was still too much. So
I like how
I just
he
thought that was funny.
surprises even himself.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes you get an idea, and then once it's actually in execution, you're like, no, no, never mind. What was that all? Was that also why the sea salt ice cream being given a future role? Right? It's like, of course, they're having it every single time, but I liked the thought behind it, where it's like it's unusual in an RPG, but this time we were depicting daily life, and not every day is all that dramatic. This is a story about how those days pass by and pile up. Therefore, we weren't trying to depict adventures with lots of changes like we have in the series so far, rather, the repetition of days, with each one ending in conversations on top of the clock tower. But there's nothing to pin down a situation where they just gather there and talk about nothing, so we thought we'd have them eat ice cream. It was just an easy little after break kind of treat, and so, it was just I like it's about the passing of days and how they pile up, and you just are kinda
I like
you're
that
doing your
reference
work,
as
and
well,
then
yeah.
yeah, yeah, I thought it was just
And
like,
it fits the game
that is
well. They were
yeah.
successful in that effort.
Yep. I agree. Um, so how did you come up with Shion, who became such a key person in the storyline? Nomura had said, we showed how Roxas left Organization 13 in Kingdom Hearts 2. At the same time as we were polishing off the KH2 project, we had assumed to a certain extent that Roxas's movements were during the time period when Days happens. Like, oh, he was doing stuff during this period of time. Um, and thought that Roxas definitely left the organization because of the influence of someone close to him. And we thought that someone should be a girl his own age. Flowing from that, we began to construct the storyline, beginning with Shion's existence. So it was this kind of like idea kicking around back there, because a lot of people going fresh into 358 when it came out at the time were really kind of like, what do you mean it's the 14th member of Organization 13? Who is this girl and why should I care? But like, it was like an idea that was like still floating around even while they were like wrapping up Kingdom Hearts 2, even if they didn't have it fully developed yet. But like having someone just be like, oh, this is someone who's like your own age being of influence in some way, I think is just like interesting insight,
Yeah. The girl who broke up the band.
Yep.
Classic trope.
Yep. Yeah, and it's definitely all her fault and not the circumstances surrounding it whatsoever. Just like every other case of girl who broke up the band.
Of course.
Of course. Let's see. Yes. So this is just, we don't need to read all of this, but it was just part of the whole quote. So this just kind of explains that they keep like collapsing throughout the story, like, and then suddenly Shion's down for several days. Oh, and suddenly Roxas is down for several days. And the point of that is kind of explained here, that like Roxas has been existing closely with Sora from the start and directly feels the influence of Sora's present conditions. Afterwards, that tendency appears in Shion too. The two of them are sharing Sora's power. So if on the one hand, one of them gains a lot of power, the other's body weakens and they collapse. It's a relationship that is only practical if kept perfectly in balance, which is why they keep passing out at weird times.
Yeah.
And it's when knowing that where you're like, oh, that person is passing out because the other person was like, cool, I've gotten stronger. I figured something out. And then it would like take basically from the other person and they'd be like, "Ugh," and then someone would like pass out. Yeah, Roxas faints when like Sora's basically still in Castle Oblivion. And a lot of that's going down. And then once he's kind of in the pod, it's like, okay, now Roxas is like, oh, I was down for a bit. What happened? And
Yeah,
then
because the early part of 358 is taking place concurrently with
yes,
Chain.
Chain of Memories.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at that point, early on, because like you do hang out with some of the members that are in Castle Oblivion before they leave, and then Axel leaves as well. And so at that time, like Sora's up and about. He's like doing stuff, and then he's in Castle Oblivion, and as it happens, his memories are like leaking out and everything, and they're because it's all getting like undone, and Naminé is like pulling at the threads and everything. And so they're starting to go into Roxas. But they were existing concurrently because Roxas came into being after Sora stabbed himself in the heart and turned himself into a Heartless. So that in that action, it was like, here is a Heartless, so comes a nobody, because the body has to go somewhere. And then Kairi was like, hold on, I have special princess powers. Boop, and like gives him his body back. And so Roxas, like a file transferred incomplete, is like an empty folder, just like a guy there.
Yeah,
He has
yeah.
no memories. A body exists, but now he's just like he just exists and he doesn't have Sora's memories or anything. So he's not like Sora and becomes his own guy. So they like exist at the same time for a bit, but Roxas is just like a zombie for a while
Yeah.
before eventually Sora's, really got the lifetime of memories knocked out of him. And then Roxas starts to absorb it and gain powers. Like, he's like, cool, all right, I think I was doing this stuff, but then Shion's also absorbing, and then they're fainting. And but anyway, it is because of an imbalance of power, and they were like taking from one or the other and passing out about
Yeah,
it.
all
So,
this kind of makes sense. It's interesting because you could tell that they plotted this out very carefully.
yeah, I would say so. During the mission, but well, she was asleep. Sora's memories continued to flow into Roxas. As a result of going to Castle Oblivion, where Sora is sleeping and getting. Oh yeah, then Roxas passes out because he went to Castle Oblivion and everything's like Sora's there. Hold on, and he's like, ugh. So. Oop. Anyway.
Getting close to him at Castle Oblivion is where he gets overwhelmed with like the headache and collapses.
Yeah.
Again. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. All of it makes sense. It's the context is very specific across two games that have Kingdom Hearts 2 between them. So it's
yeah.
But it is interesting.
Yeah, it's
kind
very
of puzzles together.
Yes, it kind of slots together because they have that like specific, like, okay, we have Chain of Memories and we have a timeline there, and we have Kingdom Hearts 2, and we have to fit in between this and make this make sense. And I think they did a good job.
Yeah.
It can be like, especially if for some people who I even know, like this was their first Kingdom Hearts game, and like you don't need to have all the context to meet the game where it's at. But it is interesting to see that like it is carefully kind of like knit together. But there you go. That's a fun little thing.
That's cool.
This is a fun interview bit that I have never forgotten after I read it. And it was one of the guys who worked at the company that was developing it, Hand, who also developed The World Ends With You, which is a game I will definitely have you play at some point. But they were just talking about like, oh yeah, when we were working and everything, and what it's like, here's what's a goofy story you have. They're like, I have one funny story about Hokkaido where they were like working at the time.
Yeah, Hokkaido is
Roxas,
the northern region of Japan, right?
yes, it
Yeah.
is. Roxas lifts up both of his legs when he's jumping. And there was a planner who had noticed this pose. On a snow-covered road, he jumped into the air yelling Roxas jump, imitating Roxas, and tore right through the seat of his pants. Everyone roared with laughter. When there were tough times, I'd remember that and feel much better.
Yeah.
And this is one thing where I was like, I'm sorry to that guy. I am perpetuating this story because I had to bring it up. So
That's awesome.
I
It's very
remember
silly.
Rox's jump and then ripping his pants. So it lives on. Rox's jump.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
He
I feel so blessed
definitely
now to have this knowledge.
got his Roxas worth out of it.
Yeah. Let's see what was next. Oh yeah, here's some Shion factoids that I didn't want to put the whole thing in.
Okay.
But like it's interesting. So in the novel, while Shion had like run away from the organization and she's missing for like a notable amount of time, and like Riku is helping her, right? But he like gives her basically, he's like, this is the room I stayed in Hollow Bastion, like during Kingdom Hearts
Mhm.
1, the room that Maleficent gave him, and
Right.
Shion's just like staying there
Yes.
while she's like away from the organization. And I thought that was just like, that's a cool detail. Like she's just alone in this room and it's like dead silent. Um, but it's just like her little temporary living quarters is in that room. So I thought that was neat.
I like Shion's
Um,
name means tide, Namine is wave, Kairi is sea. So they're all variants on Kairi's like
yes,
elemental
they're all
category. That's very
yep,
cool.
yeah. In the manga, which is really cute, and I cannot emphasize enough how much the 358 manga is goofing. It's goofing around. It is having a lot of fun just being silly. And so Pluto comes along and Shion like falls in love with Pluto. Is just adores him. And it's like, please let me I want to bring the dog home. And then Axel's like, hey, you can ask Syx, I guess, but like, he's gonna, and then he's like, yeah, okay. And so here's just a picture of her with Pluto, and it's really sweet. So she hangs out with Pluto. There's cute art of just Shion and Pluto hanging
joins
out.
the organization in the
Yeah.
manga.
Yeah. He's just
Traitorous
hanging out.
pup.
You traitorous dog. But everyone keep, why am I so low res? I can't do anything about it, you guys. Blame Twitch. It's not me. But yeah, anyway, there's the naming convention, usually very thoughtful about the name meanings.
Mhm.
So yeah, Shion's name means tide. Name means wave.
That's very cool.
So there's a couple things that like about the naming of Shion. So Nomura talks about, like, who was it that gave Shion her name? And Nomura says that's Kanamaki-san, Tomoko Kanamaki, who was the novel writer, and she wrote on this game. I admired the many meanings included in it and decided on it straight away. KH scenarios are always written by many scenario writers, but I was troubled about who to ask this time. Since this would be a continuation of the series so far, I couldn't ask someone without an understanding of the subject matter of Kingdom Hearts. Kanamaki-san had previously written novels for the KH series, and I thought it would be good to work with her on the actual games, so this time I asked for her. So when people talk about like, oh, like she was writing the novels and she had like a great understanding of Kingdom Hearts in general. Like, I mean, they still got like checked by various like writers on the games to be like, yes, yeah, okay, cool, you
Yeah.
know, thumbs up.
At the end of the
But
day,
this time,
there's
like,
lots of writers and there's many people on the team, but he
sure.
brought someone in from the novels because they had that kind of intimate understanding of the complexities of the story.
Yes. Kanamaki, my most high profile Twitter mutual. Me too. Like, we just follow each other, but I haven't been on Twitter for a while now. So, you know, from afar, Tomoko, thinking of you. Anyway, yeah, she is like the primary, like, she is the novel writer. And then, like, Nomura was like, she really understands it. Come write for the game. So she was the one who really contributed to like Shion's creation. And so her own words, And this was in the novel as an afterword,
Mm-hmm.
that she talked quite a bit about like, oh, and then I did this and I special requested that her hair be black because I thought it would be cute and other stuff like that. But for her character, they actually used many of the ideas that I suggested, and we refined through our meetings. I have a lot of feelings about her name in particular. The Ultimania and other sources have already touched on this, but Shion's name comes from Shione, the sound of the tide, to echo Namine's, the sound of the waves. It also serves as an anagram for the imaginary number I with an X, right? Which we were like, ah,
Right.
okay, yes, we've been over that. And in like flower language, basically, Shion is like a forget me not. It means I won't forget you. It's really like a triple
Yeah.
layer like
That's
meaning to her name.
that is the triple entendre, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
awesome.
And that's the flower. So this is the Shion. It's really cute, and it's just like it's just super neat because I remember looking around. I was like, somebody I know. She said there was like a flower. There's a flower involved, and I kept looking through interviews and I couldn't find it. And it was in the novel. She just like wrote a whole afterword
It's very
to be
cool.
like, I got to write for the game, and so here's the novel and all of my little stuff, and it's just cool. It was cool to hear. And so now you guys know too that it is also a Shion that means I won't forget you. Is the Dusk
The
Flower
forget me not.
manga panel in this PowerPoint? No, it
That
is
is
not.
very
I'm
cool.
so sorry. Yeah,
I
isn't that
love that.
cool?
Yeah.
I love it. So this is just talking about a few things, but to do with Shion's appearance.
Mm-hmm.
And the nature of the hood flipping and the which I know you understand, but we're gonna talk about it
Of
for the
course.
audience. But so Shion's outside form changes depending on who is looking at her. Is what we see in the game the same as what Roxas is seeing? Very general question. Um, Ishida, well, to be more accurate, what we see is Sora's memories of Kairi that like are in Roxas, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Then it widens to include Axel and Zigbar, and finally, after Shion's self took on a life of its own, we see her as a different person. Like she gains her own identity, and we see her as her,
Right. And
right?
that's when we see her
Um,
face.
yeah, and then they just I love this note of like Zigbar in Japanese calls her Poo-chan, which is short for like poupée, meaning like doll. He's like calling her a doll, but like
Mm-hmm.
in English we got poppet, right? That's why he
Yeah.
calls her poppet because it's like, well, you're a doll, you're a thing kind of,
Poppet
but like
in
it's like a
English,
cute
they're
name.
playing on puppet, which she's also called in
Yeah,
English. Yeah.
yeah. Well, poppet is like its own little thing. It is like a doll that can be used in it can be used for a lot of things, honestly, but like whether it's like kind of blessings or curses or whatever, it's like a little, yeah, poppets are dolls, little guys. um but I think it's just a cute name. But like anyway, Pooh Chan, and then someone was just like, oh, I thought it was like he was calling her like Winnie the Pooh, and it's like, no. But we made it look like different people were seeing her differently by using cutscenes of her both wearing and not wearing her hood. When she is speaking to Syx or others who do not see her as a girl, she is wearing her hood. We had to intrude on hand the developers, right, to explain to the people working in events the rules of how she should look. And then like the interviewer was like, I was surprised at first, I thought it was a bug. And it was like, everybody thinks
Yeah.
that. It is like a common being like, why is that? Yeah, most people know now, right? Or like eventually, at least by the end, you're like, I get it. But like some people are like, I think there's a bug. Her hood is up on and off between these scenes. And you're like, no,
Yeah.
it
No, it's
means
well,
something.
it's jarring at first, and so you would think it's
Yeah.
just an animation bug, but given its context, it is very cool.
Yeah. Poppets or effigies. That's a good way to put that. I was like, there are better words to explain what a poppet is specifically, but an effigy is a good descriptor. Anyway, um this is like a further like talking about it from Nomura specifically. Um so it's like Shion Hood appears, disappears, and he says that was something we definitely wanted to do. We wanted people to go, huh? When Shion's hood appears and disappears in each cut. After finishing the scenario writing, I thought about it and asked Ishida to somehow prepare people for it happening in the event scenes. Like, so they're like prepared to know it's coming. I tend to think the program failed to make the reason clear, though. There were a lot of misunderstandings like that in the production of Days. The noise that was put over the reflections, like on the bottom screen when Sora is there, was something we'd been thinking about since the early stages of writing, but during debugging, we were often asked if it was a bug. So they're like, we're doing cool stuff, and like Sora's memories are coming in, and it's like, with like the static and everything, and people are
Yeah.
like, something's wrong with the game. There's something with the hood and like the all of this, and they're like, no, we meant to do that, please. So it's that's just one thing where it's like they do this a lot through the series, where there is a lot of like interesting but like intentional like choices, usually of
Yeah.
being like, how are we going to convey this information, and like not necessarily hold your hand about it, but if you're looking, you can figure it out, and they don't have to deliberately have somebody look to the camera and be like, sometimes I saw her hood on and then off, and then I realized she was a person, and now I see her, like we don't need it like fully explained, but like
If
they
some
do a lot of
people
that.
aren't confused, are you really doing anything artistic?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
You know,
That's the
it's
attitude to
okay.
have.
It's like they make these kind of bold choices that are meant to be jarring and to stand out and to kind
Yeah.
of build their meaning over time. And not everyone's gonna get
Mhm.
that stuff, and that's okay. I don't.
Yeah.
It depends on what your priorities are, and I think it's clear in the Kingdom Hearts franchise that the priority is the artistic vision and not necessarily like clarity, and so you end up with a game series that is notoriously difficult to understand, right? And
Yeah.
it's because of all of this kind of these artistic choices that
Mhm.
they obfuscate in interesting ways. And I don't
Yeah.
know, I prefer it. I think it's cool. It gives you something to dig into, like
Mhm.
this.
Yeah. No, I fully agree. I think it's so much fun to like, because that was partly like one of Nomura's goals too, was like, I want to give you something to think about and to chew on, and to like, I was tired of having series that like spelled everything out and there was nothing left to think about.
Yeah.
And so when you have cool things that are like, you can find even the intended meaning within the scene, but it's something to make you go, now wait a second, what's going on? And like that's great. I love that. It's something where it's like, I'm engaging. I'm engaging with the puzzle you're giving me, and it's just like cool, interesting symbolism. And I don't know. It's cool and I like
I'm
it.
sorry if you guys can hear Fern yelling.
Yeah.
Fern's having a fit right now.
Fern
My
is having the
apologies.
worst day of her
I have
life.
a young baby in the house, and she is
Yeah.
clearly upset about something or other. But
Yeah.
everything is
Yeah.
fine.
I promise everything is fine,
Yes.
except for the fact she's having the worst day of her life.
My
right
little
now, so.
mandrake is making herself
Yeah.
known.
Mm-hmm. She's upset about being a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be too. Here is we're gonna talk about it. Shion is trans. Whoopee!
Woo!
This is very much a common, and I think would be disingenuous not to talk about, right? Common take and understanding where it is truly as simple as, right? That like she starts as an object slash puppet and comes into her own identity regardless, which by that nature alone is to transition, right? Um Said object is also furthermore intended to and is based on a boy. It is like you are copying Sora, you are copying Roxas. She literally gains Sora's face at the end, but you're like, that's still Shion. That's a girl under there.
Mm-hmm.
That's who she is, even
Yeah.
if she is
It's Shion's
being made.
voice over Sora's face in the end.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like you may be forced to be this thing by outside parties, but that's not who you are. That's not Shion. And then as well as just continuously through the game, the major points of her identity being tied to like being seen by people who see her as her own person. Like that's when you're like, oh, I see you for who you are. And that's when her identity is like, there she is. That's Shion. Um, she has cracked so many eggs. Yeah, it's true. And it's just something where it's just like whether like I don't think it was like I'm gonna go in to write a trans character, but it's just like it is a trans experience regardless, right? And it's something that's just very easily read. Not that I have to convince you by any means, but it's
No, I
just
think
an
it's easily.
interesting
Well, look,
discussion.
Shion's arc is about her identity
Hmm.
kind of forming in real time,
Yeah.
and they clearly play with like these kind of like gender themes and identity themes with the characters. So it's I
Hmm.
think easy to see, and I don't think is like controversial to see how this is like something that
Yeah.
can be relatable to that community, right? So
Hmm.
um yeah, I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
that's yeah.
Yeah. I was reading chat just a little bit, but like it is just very much like I think that in any case where like someone is like trying to figure out who they are is just like common queer experience wherever you're landing, wherever whatever's happening with it. Like, everybody has to figure themselves out, but like there are definitely extra hurdles to like a queer person living in society, you know what I mean? Where you're like, "Oh, what's going on? I don't have any guidelines. Who am I?" But like it's particularly especially where it's like, "Oh, sure, like finding identity." And then it is very much like, "I'm a girl." And they're like, "You're an it. You're a boy." You're like, "Yo, boy. Oh, geez." So you know, yippee, trans Shion. There you go. I went to Torty and I was like, "Make me some picture. I need trans Shion," and gave me trans like Shion
you
eating
and
ice
you
cream that
you
turns you trans.
received trans ice cream as a
I did. That was it. So
It's a very cute
that
picture.
was it is cute. And I was just like, you know what? That's perfect. She can have she can look happy with her little trans ice cream. So there you go. Another Torty W. Yeah. Exactly. Thank you, Torty. Um, and then I
A
think
Tory
after this,
masterpiece, yeah.
yeah, another one. Another one right next to Gorb, putting it up on the fridge. 'Twas I who made the ice cream. Anyway, I think let's see. I think this is the I think next is Riku. There we go. So, really quick, the image that you can see here, I wanted to point this out. The one thing that we didn't do was there is also an anti-Syx fight, but there is an anti-Riku special boss that you can fight in
Mhm.
358. Um, and there he
Anti-Riku
is.
with the black
Yeah.
hair, huh?
Yeah, it's like the whole thing is like monochrome, like black, basically. And I remember because Flo was like, "Please, I just want you to see it." And I was like, "Don't worry, I'll make him see it." I remember being like, here we
What do you
go.
do to get to this
Anti-Riku, my
fight in the
favorite.
game?
Chat, what do you do to get this fight in the game? It's been a minute. I went and found the video, and then I went instead to just be like, I will just take a picture just to talk about it, but like so much. Anti-Syx cuts more of an impression IMO because you can't see Anti-Riku's eyes. Oh yeah, with like the glowing like yellow. But he looks cool. And it's a special little fight. Anti-Syx and Anti-Riku show up in mission mode, probably because their normal variants are playable. It's if you're playing as Riku in mission mode. Okay, so when you go to fight Riku in that final fight and you are Riku, then he
Okay.
looks like that. Yeah. Mission
When
model.
okay, yeah,
Got it. There
that's
we go.
cool.
Mhm.
You get a reskinned Riku boss when you play as Riku.
Yep. Yeah. 2 seconds. Let me changing my music on my end a little bit just to switch things up. Anyway, so Riku Factoids, he is first playable in mission mode, specifically after you have the true love discussion from Beast's Castle. It is after that mission that you like, it's like, oh, he really cares about her. He's like fighting to protect her. That's why he's fighting all these Heartless. It's not the Rose, it's Belle that he's fighting to protect. And then Roxas is like, what is love? What is this? And you go through that, and then boom, Riku's playable. is like specifically when he comes in, and you're like, very interesting. Love that for you, King. And coupled by the fact that when you first meet him, he is at Beast Castle. That's when we first see Riku. So there's a fun association with Riku and Beast that will definitely get further discussed later. There's a very good part of it in Tennille's video about it that I remember when we first went through it, and even I was like, dude, oh my god. But yeah, that's your fun fact. You can play as him in mission mode. Only after you talk about true love. The first time Roxas cries in the entire game, ever, at all, is when he gets that memory of Riku taking the Keyblade and being abandoned, basically. Like Sora's memory of like
the memory
you're just a
of
delivery boy.
of the wooden sword.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That whole exchange when like Roxas first gets that memory is
That's
the
when
first
Roxas
time he
wakes
cries.
up with the tear in his eye.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He like cries and like it like goes down his cheek and everything. And he's like, what the which I just think is really interesting because as much as it's clear that Sora is like really devastated when it happens, like he does not cry. And he has a repeated showing of how much he loves to just stuff his feelings away. There are many little examples of it just kind of around where he's like, yeah, guys, I'm so fine, actually. We're good. And so I just think it's interesting by way of showing just how bad that hurt. Enough that it made Roxas cry even though you didn't know what was going on. And then also at the very bottom, everything is for Sora, which is obviously well known. But it is something that is repeated in the novel more than once. And I didn't want to keep putting those quotes in. So I was like, look, man, everything is for Sora. Okay, he says it himself. Multiple characters say this. This is just how he is. It's all he gives a shit about right now. So, you know. So there has been discussion of like how Riku sees Shion and like what he sees her as. And I know you on stream had been like, well, because he sees Sora here, right? That's what makes sense. And someone was like,
It
well,
makes sense because that's how that's what is shown at the end. That's the reveal at the end of the game.
Yeah,
that
that
Shion
like
can appear as Sora.
mhm.
And so, yeah, that was my assumption. But I know that someone
Yes.
said that it's different in the manga. I remember someone
Well,
saying that.
I'm here to clarify a little bit. So when he sees Shion as Kairi, like specifically, like there was like one other example where he notes that like they look really similar when he's like thinking of Shion. He's like, yeah, like she does look like Kairi, but like that's still he sees like Shion. But like in this moment when they are talking on Destiny Islands, when he sees Shion as Kairi, it is only when she is asking the like, do you hate me for taking your friend away from you? Which I think is super interesting. Like it's such an interesting choice that like in this moment he sees Kairi being like, do you hate me for taking your friend away from you? Um, and that's when Shion looks like Kairi. But otherwise, in every other example, right, it is quite like clear that he is seeing Sora, like the way he reacts the first time he sees her and how much he is like taken aback, right?
Yeah.
Is very like, who else would he be so surprised over? But in the novel, it also makes it pretty clear. And even then, this quote from the novel is during this scene where they're talking on Destiny Islands. In the novel, it's pretty explicit who Riku sees. Who am I? Shion murmured, her eyes still closed. Feeling uneasy, Riku lifted his blindfold just a bit to look at her, and just for an instant, she looked like someone else. Not Kairi or Namine, but him. And it just
Zigbar.
leaves it like that. Zigbar, it looks just like Demix, you know? It's crazy.
Must be.
It has to be Zigbar.
Yeah.
So this is something where like I know people get like, it's people will be like, oh no, well, it was this, no, it was that, yada yada. And it's like, well, there are examples of seeing Kairi in the manga in this specific instance, which is like super, super interesting. Otherwise, it's pretty clearly implied to be Sora, but he still sees her for her like a large part of the time. Like even in this, where it's like she looked in this instant, she looked like someone else. meaning he knows what she looks like, right? But
I
like
think it's
otherwise,
also
it's like,
just
oh,
talking about the relevancy of like of the characters and their motivations and stuff. Like you could,
mm-hmm,
I think there's a fine kind of interpretive argument to make when discussing Sora and his motivations. If he's
mm-hmm.
motivated by Kairi or by Riku, and there's to a certain extent both of those things are happening with Sora. I
Yeah,
think with Riku uh it's less kind of ambiguous, and that Riku
yeah,
is just more motivated like for Sora
mm-hmm,
in his parts of these journeys. He's usually doing things for
yeah,
Sora or looking for Sora, or like his motivation clearly is more about Sora more often,
yes,
with
yeah,
maybe the exception being in the very early in the first game,
yeah,
when both Sora and Riku kind of initially split on their own journeys to find Kairi. But across
yeah,
the series
yeah,
from there on, Riku is I think most heavily and obviously motivated like for Sora. And so in
yeah,
this moment, at this point in the game, what would, I think seeing Kairi or Sora in Shion would surprise Riku, but the
yeah,
surprise that would come with more weight to it, I think, would be Sora. And
yeah.
again,
The
that's
guy
what
who's
they
supposed to be asleep in a
and
pod right now.
right. Well, and in this moment that like all of
Yeah,
Riku's actions are done in defense and protection of Sora. That is
yeah,
what's the most relevant to what's happening to Riku at this
mm-hmm,
moment. So that
yeah,
would carry the most narrative weight if he saw her
yes,
as Sora. And then that's paid off at the end of the game when Shion appears to the player as Sora.
mm-hmm,
So
yes,
so like all of that kind of makes sense. But given Shion's character and identity and this kind of unique ability to appear differently to people based on what memories, what
of Sora that
what
they,
memories
yeah,
she's absorbed that are associated with the person looking at her in particular.
yes,
It
yes,
also makes
very
sense that she
specifically,
could appear as Kyrie as well under
mm-hmm,
it in the
under the
manga
right
here.
circumstances,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
She's literally like machine built to look like somebody you know. You
Yeah,
know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean?
And so part of it has to do with the memories that she's absorbed, and the other part of it has to do with the person who is looking at her. And
Yes,
so
yes.
that those things come together to kind of for you to interpret like who they're seeing in that moment.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's I don't know, it's cool. I like
It's
I
cool.
also
It's cool to
I think
talk about.
also it's important to just again kind of underline that this stuff is 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 obfuscated enough so that it can be interpreted in different ways intentionally, that if they wanted you to interpret this in one very specific way, they would just show it to you, and so that you can
Yes.
just interpret it the way that they intend. The fact that it's obfuscated is meant to kind of open the interpretation window a little bit for people, and
Mhm.
that's
Mhm.
part of the design of the narrative.
Yeah. It's also, in the same way that they're like, "Hey, we're gonna show you something that maybe you don't get right away, but like it's you get to chew on it and like think about it. We're not gonna like always hold your hand directly. Like,
Yeah.
can you interpret it a few different ways? Yeah. Why don't you just think on it, bud? Here you
And
go."
that little bit of open interpretation goes a long way to give people in the
Yeah.
community something to talk about, something to discuss and debate a little bit, and to have different opinions on, right?
Mhm.
If like that's those are the highlights of the narrative. This is not a bug, it's a feature
Yes. Yes, I think so.
of the narrative style of this franchise. And all
Mhm.
of these like I love the franchise for this reason, because so many people come to this franchise and are able to imprint to it, to see themselves in it, to feel seen by it, to relate to it. And that is, I think, part of the reason why the franchise is stood the test of time, is so beloved by so many people. It's, you know, it is great writing that some of this stuff is obfuscated a little bit.
Just a little bit, and not like, but like with intentionality, you know what I mean? It's not just like, and we went, oh, and let you do the work as much as it's just like,
It's not
think
like
about
they don't
that.
know what they're doing by obfuscating
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
It is an intentional
Yes.
choice. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Let's see. What do we got? Oh, by the way, Cat. He's real. He's real, and he's back
He's not
here, and he's
real.
on the
He's
bed.
just 4 pixels.
Right, I forget. I look like
No
I
one
look like
can
blood
see
on
the
your
cat.
stream.
Cat not real. AI cat.
AI cat. Look, you can see that it's like a beige blob, okay? And that beige blob is my cat. Baby cat. Look, I have an emote for him because he's real. Low poly cat. Straight up, that was 4 pixels. Love that. Anyway, moving on. Here are just some little choice little novel quotes that I liked. That are always, you know, just interesting and informing of the character, but like Shion asking, like, do you know where Sora is now? And Riku being like, that secret stays with me. He said, why's that? Riku had resolved to answer all of Shion's questions. If she really was made out of Sora's memories, then she was a piece of him. And that made Riku unwilling to lie to her. Which I'm just like, that's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
It's nice.
Yeah. And then later in the conference, like, oh, where I belong? She looked down at the sand. How will I know? I'm not sure I can promise you I'll come up with the right answer. And then Riku's thoughts to himself is like, even her self-doubt was so much like Sora. Love that.
Yeah,
Love that.
too,
It's
yeah.
also something that would be like, Riku would know, right? Riku would know what his self-doubt looks like. And it's just like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it says a lot about Riku's relationship with Sora, or Riku interprets that through his relationship with Sora.
Yes. Absolutely. Niku looks like they're in the witness protection program on Raven's side. I need a voice like changer, you know.
Yeah.
What was this? Oh yeah, this is another I think this is later and she's like in the Hollow Bastion room if I remember. But like Riku noticed her confusion. There isn't much time left, Shion, but you already know that, don't you? Yes, she did, but she didn't know what to do. Riku wasn't here to save her. The one Riku wanted to save was Sora. Still, he was helping her because it would help him. Which it's like true to his nature repeatedly in the way that it's like, you know, he's not always the best moral compass, but like he's kind of he's just like, well, I have an end goal and like I'll help you because it's helping me. Not that he doesn't feel bad about the circumstances or people who are getting something they did not ask for, but it's like at the end of the day, there's like an ultimatum of like, okay, we're gonna have you're coming back or you can choose to come back, but like I'm helping you because you want to leave, and that's a lot easier than like forcing someone to come back. But it's just like Shion just being like, oh yeah, like he isn't here to save me. He is here to save Sora, but helping me helps him. So Riku is always willing to do some dirty work to help people he loves. It drives me crazy. Yeah, basically. As quoted in the description before, like he's a surprisingly immoral guy. When he was like, he was saving, you know, when he went to save Kairi in KH1, and it was like, well, it was more about like how guilty he felt about what happened than anything else. Cause like, whoops. But anyway,
yeah, the
here's
start of his journey is him going, what's wrong with joining the villains if it gets us what we want? That was his initial argument. Was that
Sora, come
like,
with me. You don't want to come with me?
Fastest way
Die.
to save Kairi was to join up with the with Maleficent.
You're not taking it seriously, but I am, and I'll go save her even if I have to do bad.
Yeah.
Because I'm mad at you.
Whatever it takes, yeah.
Yep. So here's a little bit just from like But like the way it ends just makes me laugh. But when he like runs into Mickey in the forest is like the first time he's seen him in a while. He kind of, after they left Castle Oblivion at some point, there is a side story that is really interesting. I did not include it. It is just a short read. But like in this side story, you get to see a dream that Riku is having where he's kind of basically reliving like his life on the island and how frustrated he is and how he is struggling with the fact that he basically feels like a third wheel, like no matter what. Um I'm summarizing this, right? And then after he has this dream, he wakes up and kind of is like, I have to go. And so he leaves Mickey behind. And so he's been separated from Mickey for a little while between Chain of Memories and 358. Like when we see that scene of them in the forest, that's like when they've finally met back up after a while.
Yeah.
Um, but Mickey finding him, Riku, am I glad to see you? Mickey ran
Nice.
to him. A bit of warmth spread through Riku's heart. Your Majesty. Mickey was a good friend, and one he hadn't seen for almost a year. Riku was more or less avoiding him. Like, I think it's both sweet that, like, it's like, oh, like, Mickey being excited to see him and like it warms his like it genuinely it like warms his heart. It like feels nice. And then he was like, it's like, yeah, he was avoiding him the whole time. He's like, no, don't look at me, please. He's dealing with stuff. He's trying to deal with it. But Papa and son
What is
reunion.
this from specifically? This stuff?
These are novel quotes.
These are from the
These are still
novels.
in the novel. Mm-hmm. Yep. So there's like one book for 358. Some games have like more, but it's usually just the one. Some of them are a little thicker than others, but like in just the 358 over 2 days novel, there's a lot of like really fun, good insight. So yeah, him meeting Mickey, and he's like, oh, he's been like avoiding him. This is from an interview, and I also just thought this was interesting. Naminé tells Riku that in order for Sora's memories to be restored, both Sora's nobody and Shion must no longer exist. So he takes it on himself to defeat them. But when he and Roxas fought, was that the first time he had realized that Roxas was his nobody? Riku only realizes it when Roxas takes off his hood and he can see his face, and he responds to his call where he's like, come on, Sora, I thought you were stronger than that. And then
Yeah, that's when he
Roxas is
figures
like,
it out.
get
Yeah.
real. Yeah, get real. Look which one of us is winning, as it like pops out of him. And he's like, well, so that's when he's like, you really are his nobody. But until then, he only half believed. When he first met Shion, he didn't think that she was Sora or Kairi's nobody, and it was the same with Roxas. When he first saw Roxas, he had no proof of who he was. So that's why he lost to Roxas. Like they say lost to Roxas, but it's like one fight. It's like such an odd way to phrase it, where it's just like they kind of just exchange blows, and then Riku wins out in the end. But anyway, he gets caught off guard by him regardless. He was surprised at him using a real Keyblade rather than an imitation like Shion's, and he called out to him. Part of Riku didn't really want to believe that his best friend really had a nobody, which is just he just didn't want to believe that that Sora, who is so good all of the time, and like he became a Heartless for a little bit, and Riku was kind of there for that, but like it's something where it's just like he couldn't bring himself to believe that like Sora had a nobody in the first place. So it's this kind of half like maybe it's him if he has one, and then it's definitely him.
Yeah, but it's a cool story beat when
Mm-hmm.
when Riku throws out, his I thought you were stronger than that for the callback, and he gets it.
Yeah.
That's him kind of testing the waters and getting the confirmation.
Yep. So you really are his nobody. Oh, so I put this in because I wanted to show you. In the 358 novel, it does dip into a bit of their time at Castle Oblivion because it's from Axel's perspective in Castle Oblivion. So it's really interesting. But I was being conservative with my showing things anyway, because we're on a little more of a time limit today. But there are some insights into Repliku. We get to see more from him, which is really nice. But I really liked this one in particular, right? So this is from Axel's point of view. And he's like, Hey, a fake Riku. After a second loss to Sora, the replica found Axel in front of him. He had no memories of his own anymore. He believed he was Riku. What do you want? He demanded. There was sweat on the replica's forehead, Axel noticed. Did puppets sweat?
This is fine, thanks.
Food.
Thank you. I got
What
a
do we
little
get?
wrap. Just a little
Nice.
little wrap, tortilla
A
wrap.
little snacky poo. Nice. What did I say? Oh yeah, what do you want? He demanded. There was sweat on the replica's forehead, Axel noticed. Did puppets sweat? That hero is pretty strong, huh? Axel smirked down at him, patting him on the shoulder. Even Naminé admits she likes strong guys, you know. The replica lowered his head and bit his lip, just like a human boy with a heart would. Well, said Axel, you'd like to get stronger, wouldn't you, Riku? And like that's when he's like kind of trying to manipulate him, but like I love this the observation from Axel and the line of like the replica lowered his head and bit his lip, just like a human boy with a heart would. It's good. That's all. It's just like I love this line where it's just like speaking both to like
And this is from
Replicu's.
this is from 358 novel, or this is
Yep,
back from the
this is.
the com
This
one?
is from so because Chain of Memories happens is like
Because
concurrently
they're
happening at the
simultaneous.
beginning.
Yeah, we get a little bit
Yes.
of that story here.
Yep.
That's cool.
So we get like especially perspective from Axel because this is Axel's perspective in
Right.
Chain of Memories
When
of
he
it,
gets
and
sent
it's
to
like
the
him
castle, we
interacting.
see a bit of Axel's side of the story. Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. So like we get these like extra glimpses into like Repliku, and like the novel writer Tomoko has spoken before that like she is very fond of like Repliku and like the replicas and everything. It was like his story is so sad. Like he is brought into existence, forced to be someone else, and then basically killed off really soon. And it's just like a really tragic like life that he lives, even if short. And so she really went pretty ham in like the Chain of Memories novel, like exploring his experience. But even here you can see that like it's very like humanizing of him as just like a real boy would, the whole time. And like also I think like Axel noting this to himself is like really interesting for like his character of just being like, yeah, like definitely we don't have feelings and you're an object, but like you sure are acting like a real boy. I'm not going to think about that too much.
So much of 358 is Roxas spending time trying to convince Axel that he does in fact have feelings. It's kind of right there in his face the whole game. And even though the only thing stopping him from realizing it is is kind of the fact that he doesn't want to for some reason. He's not willing to see it, even though it's obvious.
Yeah, I think it's easier to tell yourself you don't feel anything when you're doing when you're like, yeah, I'll do all of the dirty work. I'll kill these guys. And you're like, I don't feel anything about it, by the way. And then it's like, oops, maybe that's not true.
It's a defense mechanism, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, and then I have this whole little excerpt. This is describing basically when Riku puts on the blindfold. And I thought it was cool, so I put it in. And then we're actually just about done with these, and then I have some fun silly shots and and the music quiz I made for you. So
Okay.
So I will read this to you. Enjoy.
All right. Oh, we're in ads.
Oh, we're in ads. Actually,
maybe we'll just take a second.
Maybe we'll just take a break, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So then I'll start over. But you know what? I'm gonna be right back. You eat your food, and then you play to the audience for a moment.
Oh, okay.
I would appreciate that.
Hey, everybody.
Wow. Okay, maybe my camera will reset. That'll be really cool. That'd be like so cool. Look at that. Okay, I'll be right back. Come on. There we go. Okay, now for real. Bye.
Excuse me, you guys, while I take a few bites. Pro streamer. You didn't unlock the cards. Yeah, I know. It's not like it's hard to do, right? We just need to like go look at the messages in the compilation now that we've seen the movie. I'm sure we can manage, you guys. How backed up are the walk-ons? Are they backed up? What do you mean? Are they not working? I thought they were working. Oh, you guys are back in slow mode? You missed mine. Oh, well, you could just say that, Stevie. Stevie, in the house.
At soup! What do you mean you're at soup? I mean I'm at soup! What store are you in? I'm at the soup store! Why are you buying clothes at the soup store?
Hikari's in the house. What up, Hikari?
Yeah, could they be going? Embarking on an adventure to find some treasure?
I have slow mode on, so yeah. Well, the mods have slow mode on.
All that I
Slow
have
mode
and
is
more I
what
bring to bear.
makes the walk-ons kind of like little. Sometimes they don't show up in chat, and that doesn't help me catch them if I was talking when they went off or whatever, you know. Gem Star is here. What up, Gem? Let's take an opportunity to flip the pillow, right? What's up, YouTube? YouTube's in the house. I see Key Tech. Samex. Blue. Tiramisu. TBV. Meteor. Bryn Sparrow. Truth. Santana Art. Solar. Anthony Stone. Psycho Unicorn. Night Rise. Jack Pilcrow. Michael is Metal. Elmore. Pseudo's over there keeping an eye. Kari's keeping an eye. Truth Seeker. Gareth John. Felix the Cat. Princess of the Moss. Freylis.
Hi, I'm back.
Gin Penguin. What's up? What's up? Thank you guys for hanging out for our chat.
Sora's made new friends and doesn't need him. This time with a duck.
Reverses. Big fan. A few people actually told me you were streaming, couldn't believe it. Glad to find you, man. Excited to keep watching you. Thanks very much and welcome to you.
Welcome.
Tennille Flowers in the house. What up, Tennille?
What up, Tennille?
Wherever you go,
How's it
I'm always
going?
with you.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Cage Caroline is here. What up, Casey? All right. All right, we're back at it, you guys.
Back at it. Are we out of ads? Are we safe?
Yeah, we're safe.
Nice. Nice. Let me turn my tunes back on really quick. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Now I can read you this little excerpt about Riku putting on his blindfold, and it's cool. So, Graven, did you turn the music off? Queen asks. Nice. Excellent. Okay.
That's why you can't hear it
I will-
anymore.
Look, I don't know. Yeah, I'm over here on this side. I'm on the green side.
Ooh,
We suffer in
spicy.
silence again. Hell's gifting Flow a sub to me. Niku, I have to mod. Yeah? Whose side are you on? No. Anyway, okay, I will read it now. All right, here I go. Riku shivered in the biting wind. It had only been a few days since his farewell to King Mickey. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, he murmured again, gazing down from the cliff. Even now, he was so far from finding answers that he couldn't say why they had parted ways at all. But here he was, in the wild wastelands outside the town of Hollow Bastion. He still had no way to control the darkness within him, to contain Ansem. What could he do to be free? Maybe he never would be. If you can truly gaze into that darkness and never try to look away, you won't be afraid of anything. But how is he supposed to keep the fear at bay? With the light always shining on him, it was hard to tell where it came from. But if he let darkness fall over his world, he would be able to follow the light. If everything was cloaked in darkness. There was a length of black fabric in his hand, and he wrapped it around his eyes. I guess around his head, his eyes. He wrapped it around his eyes. It would take some time.
Like...
Yeah.
It
individual eyeballs. He wrapped it around his eyes. It would take some time to get around effectively like this. But if he could just hold back the darkness within, he would feel a little more like himself. Riku leapt down from the cliff, his sword at the ready. There you go. That's when he puts it on.
The origin story of the blindfold. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea of being like, it's easier to like follow the light if he is in darkness. It's easier to see the light if everything is, and I think that's cool.
It is very cool. It's a cool little snippet.
Yep.
The novels have lots of cool little extra. I mean, that's what happens when you have a whole book to write on something.
Yeah.
You get all these great little extra details.
And there are so many that like I had to like pick and choose, right? I was like trying to be like, okay, let's not like, and because there's a lot of stuff where it's like just that novel alone is like an interesting read because you really get to jump between perspectives between Axel and Roxas and Shion and Riku even. And it's just like so interesting to see their like internal thoughts. And instead of going through and getting a whole bunch, I was like, well, I'll focus on the ones that I feel most, because like Shion as a character is the one that like, she's truly like the star of the show, this game, right? Like it is Roxas's game, but it's like we are really like witnessing like everything Shion is going through.
Mm-hmm.
She is the mystery, she is the moment, Yeah. And so I was kind of picking on like, okay, let's look at Shion, let's look at some of these, and like let's look at Riku, who, wouldn't you know it, is kind of relevant to the conversation with you. So I was like, all right, here we go. But like I cannot recommend enough like actually taking the time to like read through the novel itself, because there's just a lot of really cool things in there. So it's neat, it's good, and this is cool, and I like it.
Agreed.
She's an icon. She's a legend. And she is the moment. Exactly. Flow. Enjoy Beepy. Beautiful Beepy. Bumpus Beepy. Anyway, let's see. Is this... Oh, right. I have some manga panels just to like give you a taste of like how ridiculous this is.
Okay.
So I look at this is on their days off, like I love like this barber dusk and like the pictures up on the wall of the different hairstyles, and it's like Semnis and Demix and Syx like all up there like in a barber. And like I love
Who's getting their hair did there?
Zalden. He's getting like a shave on the side of his face.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Zalden clean shaven. Weird.
Yeah. Or at least maybe it's getting shaped up, you know? But it is just like the dusk is like shaving the side of his face. And then Zigbar is just like sleeping
Zigbar
in a hammock.
Yeah.
Yeah, with his little sleeping mask. But like I love like Luxord is always drawn this way.
Just playing games by himself.
Yeah, playing solitaire, but like Amano, the mangaka, draws him with like the biggest chin, and it like cracks me up every time. You'll see in another shot for like a moment he's down there.
Very
Yeah,
Chad chin.
it's very like very handsome man with like a big chin, and he's like, and it just cracks me up. And this is what they're all doing on their days off. But I also love, be on the lookout for this imposter. We have received reports of an unknown entity masquerading as a member of the organization. Be on the lookout in every world. Should you find him, apprehend him immediately. Distinguishing feature, wears a hood. And distinguishing feature, wears a hood.
It's very silly, yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. This is a little low res, but it is Zexion and Demix playing Twister. Like you can see, there's the Twister mat.
They are indeed. Zalden on the wheel
Twister.
too.
Yeah, Zalden's on the wheel. He's game master.
Yeah.
I love Rocky just kind of looking over. Like they're in just like the area, you know, the lounge area, and they're playing Twister.
It's ridiculous. It's very funny.
And then in Wonderland, because they're like, well, we have to play it low key, right? They can't know that we're in here. So like they're trying to hide. And in this desperate bid to be like, and like Roxas has this maid outfit on. Welcome home, Master. And it's just like the White Rabbit. But like there's like it's the little Luxord at the bottom too, with his giant chin and long face. He's like
just in shock. What a costume change.
Yeah. It's just like Roxas desperately trying to be like, dresses up, and it's just like a little maid. So there you go. There's maid Roxas. The manga is very silly and very fun. It's very charming.
Yeah,
it's a very endearing.
The tone shift for the manga is definitely noticeable from coming from the novels.
Yeah. Yes, very much so. It is still like a very fun time, just like a very different flavor, because like the game itself has a lot of silly stuff going on, but like it balances it really well in the like, okay, now we're having a goofy time with like one of the members, like Luxeus is like, oh, let me show you how to do limit farms, and then just like slams Roxas so hard he almost dies. You know, it's like goofy stuff like that where it's like it's still in there. But the novel's like, we're going to explore all this stuff we didn't really get to and like look into the characters. And then the manga's like, the manga is like, you know, having a great time. So I definitely recommend both. But this manga particularly, like 4358, is very well loved by people. So it's very silly. Roxas's Moai tissue dispenser from KH2 manga. Or the Days manga. I thought it was 358. I don't remember exactly. How did you make that sound? I have a little guy. I blow in him. I also have, for the people at home, I have a slide whistle at my beck and call, if you will.
Essential streamer tools.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on, my camera's like not focusing correctly.
Yeah,
hey,
I was
bud.
gonna say.
There we go.
Why are you so out of focus? That's weird.
Because I held my I held this shit up here, and then it focused on that, and then there we go, it fixed. I think it likes the bright yellow, so it was like a focal point. Anyway.
The old soundboard, yeah.
Yeah. I'm doing soundboard the old-fashioned way. I think this is the last of it. All right, cool. I have 2 pages of this music quiz.
Okay.
And I have them, they're a little thematic.
So
I
are
was
you going to
using
play
this.
a snippet of music from the game and then I'm going to tell you which level it is? Is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. So you have
I
to turn off
should
whatever
be
music you have.
fine,
You
right?
should be fine. There's not too many, but I also, this first page is the only thing is that it is actually character themes, which some are really obvious where you're like, this song plays every time this guy is on screen. And I'm here to tell you,
It'll be harder.
well, it is well, it is explicitly their character theme, but I think it is fun to listen to it and be like, even if you don't immediately recognize like who it might be for, it will still sound like them, right? So it'll be like, oh, that is so and so. There we go.
Okay.
So I'm not asking for any titles, just whatever you're like, oh, this plays during that time or this person or what have
Okay.
you.
Well, these
I
are
think it may come more.
These are characters.
These
we're
are
looking for.
characters.
Okay.
These are character themes. There are more character themes. You just haven't met all of them yet. So
while we were, and just for context, while we were playing
Yeah.
the game, at different points, I would see chat say, "Oh, it's Riku's theme," and I'm like, "Huh?
Huh?
So, like,
when? What?
I don't know that.
So now you're gonna learn.
I don't know that I clocked the character themes that well. If I'm being honest,
I know you clocked one. I'm not gonna say anything because but like you had said it at the time. You're like, oh, because this song is playing. It's so and so, and I was like, yes, you did it. But that's what this is for. So let me make sure mouse is good, and this is I can play, and I can let it play, and you can hear it just fine.
Mm-hmm.
And now at any point.
This is Roxas's theme?
It is.
Okay.
Very good. This
Sure.
is Roxas. Yeah.
I could have imagined that this was like a Twilight Town theme or something, but tying it to a character, I would tie it to Roxas.
Yes, this is quite literally Roxas's theme.
Okay.
It plays when sad things are going on with Roxas, which is a lot.
Yeah.
So
Sad boy Roxas. Got it.
Yeah, this is definitely playing. It looks like my summer vacation is over.
Right.
And Roxas's theme is playing, and it's
Okay.
very sad and somber. To reflect that he's having bad things happen to him. It also plays when you're fighting him. Well, the other promise plays, but it's still like
it plays
on
throughout
Roxas's theme.
it. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
one was a bit of a gimme, but yeah.
Yes, well, that's why I started here. I wanted to be like,
Yeah.
you do probably know more than you think, but like, here is Roxas. It's also
you
relevant.
wanted to
it's
lead me
3-5-8,
astray
so-
and give me some false confidence. Thanks.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, and then you throw him a curveball. Here's another character's theme. Oh my god, that's so loud. There.
I recognize the theme, or at least the opening of it.
Yeah, you've definitely heard this multiple times.
Yeah.
This is all fair game.
So is this, but it's like part of me wants to say that it's Shion's, but I'm not confident about
Nope.
that. If it's not Shion's, then is it Namine's?
Nope.
Okay, then yeah, then I need to be told.
Well, who's the last one in that, huh? It's Kyrie.
Oh,
There you go. I mean, it's there are some similarities that you'll know, but like you'll be like, "Oh, okay, that's why." It's like, "Okay, got it." This is Kyrie's theme. There's actually a few different versions of her theme. In KH1, she's the only one who gets a theme in Kingdom Hearts 1.
okay.
And there are like slight variations. So this is technically Kyrie 1. Then there's a Kyrie 2 and 3. Kyrie 3 is like a very much a plinky little like music box.
So these are not
Type
all
rendition?
from Days then.
No, they're not all from Days. These
Okay,
are all
well-
series wide.
That's cheating, but okay.
No, it is not.
He's cheated. You
No,
cheated.
it is not.
Okay.
Okay, here's the next one then. Are you ready, pal?
I guess.
You think you can do it?
No.
Who and think, you know, okay. I think
God, I recognize it too, and I know it's an emotional beat piece.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to tie it to like a specific emotional beat piece.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's Sora or Riku, I think, but like,
Who does it sound like? You know?
that's not
Would
helpful.
this be Sora's? You know? I mean, I think it's
It's sad.
I can
Maybe
see in some
it's too
aspect,
sad
but-
of a theme for Sora. Is it Riku's theme?
no.
Whose is it?
You want to take another stab? You only got like a handful of people you could try.
It's the beginning of the theme that's most familiar. Not like once we get this far into the theme, it's all washy. I don't really associate it.
This is so funny. I love you like throwing tomatoes. Hayner's theme. It's your friend Hayner.
Hayner has a fucking theme?
No, he does not. No, he doesn't. That's the joke.
I was gonna be upset with you if this was that. That doesn't make any sense. Hayner's theme.
It was a
All right, what is this?
This song plays while Pence looks at his ice cream. This is Shion's theme. It's Shion, dude.
This is Shion's theme.
Sad. This is Shion's theme.
Okay, well
yes.
now you got me thinking about every game in the franchise, and I'm
Well, yeah,
now, you
a
know,
little bit. So anyway, the name of her theme is French and really long. Musique pour la tristesse de Shion, which means music for the sadness of Shion.
Okay.
But like that's usually the character themes are named for like the character, or a lot of the songs are named in either English or like Italian. Like Shimomura is like a classically trained composer, so she names them in Italian a lot, but this one is just like French, and it's like one of the only ones, and it's truly just like the sadness of Shion. So
Yeah, it's a sad theme.
Yep.
It's very pretty.
Anyway, it is. It's a really pretty song. And it's also very popular because it's also just a very gorgeous song. That I went to the Square Enix concert not that long ago, and of the few Kingdom Hearts songs that they put in there, this was one of them. So you can hear Kairi in it a bit. It is actually Kairi is like her theme is quoted. It's like a leitmotif in Shion's theme, which is really cool. There's a really cool video that talks about it much more in depth, being like, and here are the notes from Kairi's theme in this part.
that are interpolated for Shion's theme. That's very cool. And that's something that
it's really cool.
you'd expect from the composer to do things like that.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, here's the next one. You ready, pal?
Ugh.
You're learning. It's a pop quiz. We're running the brain. It's exercise.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Wait a minute. So this has like
Who does it sound like?
it's just like I want to board the gummy ship and do gummy ship things with this.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh my god, I hate this game.
I'm making you stronger. I'm forging you in the fires, okay?
I recognize them all, but like I have no context for them. Like, so I'm just
I mean,
making up context.
You're pulling a little bit of context, and I think that should inform your opinion a little bit.
I mean, it's what? It's to me, it sounds like the Gummy Ship. So what is it? Is it Chippendale's theme?
I mean,
like, what would it be?
It is. I mean, we're talking main characters, right? Important characters, you know. I'm not throwing any crazy curveballs at you.
Okay, all right.
Which
Chippendales
of, like, the
are not
main
important. I got
characters-
it. Noted.
No,
That's
not
what you
enough
said.
to have their own theme. That is what I said. They're not
That's
important.
what you said. Yeah. That's it. Get them.
So, yeah, kill me. Kill me. So what main character does this upbeat song sound like?
It's I don't feel like it was played enough to be like for Sora. It's definitely a heroic theme. But like,
I wouldn't say it's a matter of how many times it would be played, but like,
but that does, what do you mean? Like something like a theme for Sora, we should hear more than other themes, I would imagine.
we ran through the whole song.
I don't know. I'm so like not good at this game.
It's okay. It's a learning experience.
All right.
This is, in fact, Sora's theme.
Sora's theme. God, it doesn't feel it doesn't feel like I've heard it enough for that to be the case. But it is definitely a hero's theme. You could tell in its style that it's a hero's theme, and it does remind me of like the Gummy Ship, of like traveling to the other world to start an adventure. Kind of.
That's why I was like, that's a good instinct, because that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Is this like, we are wind at our backs, we're like ready to go kind of a thing. You know what I mean? And who else would that be but Sora? So you're learning. It's fine.
But it definitely
okay?
it doesn't feel like earned.
Well, okay. So the only character who had a theme in Kingdom Hearts 1 was Kairi. Sora did not have a theme. Riku did not have a theme. These came in.
Sora came from 2.
Yes.
Okay.
And his actually first plays when he wakes up. When he's like coming out of the pod, his theme starts playing.
Okay.
And we only get it like a few times, but it is Sora's theme. And we do hear it. They will quote the song and other things, or like little nods and stuff, but that's Sora's theme. Is very like I said, wind at your back, like, you know, bright blue skies. We're marching along kind of a thing. We only got 2 more, and don't worry,
Yay.
you know these characters.
I don't.
So it shouldn't. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You knew who Sora was. You know Kairi, Roxas, Shion. You know these characters. Now we're putting a song and putting a name to the song. Never even heard of these. So who is this? What? There we go.
Dun, 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 dun. I know the theme. Ugh.
Absolutely.
Is this one Riku's?
This is Riku.
Yeah.
If all the ones to get, it better be his. It's got the yearning. It does.
It's very sad.
I love this. Like, it is. Yeah. It's this.
It's
I
sad
love this, like,
and a
low
little
cello
angry.
that comes in. Yeah, a little bit. As a fun fact, Yoko Shimomura, the composer, Riku is her favorite character. So she had like a little bit where she talked about like the character themes when she was making them, because it's like you're trying to put this character into a song. So like she was talking about like the cello and everything. She wanted to put like that's like his instrument is like the cello. So
My favorite classical instrument.
there you go. They hired the right guy.
Take that.
So that's one that they use as like an instrument cue for him in some places. Is it her favorite character theme or character? She said that her favorite character
Both.
is Riku. Both, yeah. She said her favorite character is Riku, and that she admires Sora for, like, even when things are, like, so bad, he still somehow picks up and, like, continues and everything. So she really wanted to emphasize that in the song, that it was, like, we are charging ahead, we are still going kind of a thing. But I was going to disown him if he didn't get this one.
There was
Anyway, I like
there was
it.
perfect odds that I may not have gotten it. I know the theme though. I could sing with the
Yes.
themes. I know them. I just don't
Yes.
don't have a strong association to the characters for, like, I don't pick up on who they're playing for, I think, when I'm playing the games.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, that's part of why I was just like, you know what? Like, I don't have to be like, who's this character outside of our best friend, Hainer? So otherwise, I was like, you know what? We're going to start building some song
Hainer's
associations.
theme.
Now we're going to, yeah, now we're going to be like, oh, cool. I'm hearing this theme. And now it's not just some song in the background. Oh, that's Riku's theme. Okay, cool. So it only played like a few times in Kingdom Hearts 2, but it did like at like, you know, some of his reveal and like just kind of here and there. And you're like, oh, Riku's theme. So they finally got themes and it was in Kingdom Hearts 2. So anyway, that is Riku's theme. Good job. Yay. All right. Last one. Okay. And then I have, it's a lot easier and it's
Mhm.
just going to be like world themes and stuff.
World themes,
So
I
just
could
made these-
do well. I'll do well for that for sure.
Yeah, you will. So
This is Nominee, isn't it?
it is Nominee.
Yeah. I don't even
got
need to
that
hear the rest of it.
immediately.
Yeah. Well,
Nope.
this one, Nominee's theme feels very distinct from the rest. It's also
Mhm.
like a nice like lead piano theme, and it always plays when we go back to Nominee and her drawings.
Yep.
So
Yes. It has
this
a
one
really- it
I
has a
do
lot of-
associate with Nominee.
Yeah. Well, it's
Yeah.
because it's Nominees. Yeah, it's also, I feel like you get time to hear it like repeatedly only with her when you're playing through Chain of Memories. So like that one's just like, well, this is definitely the song that plays when Nominees on screen. So, you know, versus like Sora and Riku's only showing up like a few times within KH2. They do get used more as the series goes on, but like Nominees really like drives home. And hers has this kind of like meandering but like still kind of sad sound to it, you know. It's pretty, but it's still like a little, there's like a lilt to it. Like
Yeah. No,
they do play this one a lot. They do play this one a lot.
Yeah, and I think it's because also Nominee visually in context is always in kind of the white room, and like so like whenever we go to Nominee, the visual language changes, the music theme changes, everything kind of shifts when we go to a scene with Nominee. So I feel like it's a little easier to pick up on.
Yeah. I agree. Anyway,
I recognized
So-
all of the themes. I just didn't associate all of them
couldn't
properly.
Put
Yeah.
them. Yeah. Okay, these are all various themes.
Okay.
Some are some fight music. Some is an area. And some of this is just like I'm either throwing a fun little curveball at you, or I'm like, this song is important to like you're hearing this, and it's just like a cool thing about it. So
Okay.
So
Sure.
anyway, I'm not expecting names, but you can tell me you're like, oh, this plays at this time or whatever.
Okay, sure.
So
Kingdom Hearts.
yeah.
This is the room of chairs.
Nope, not quite.
No, it's
Though
not.
they are similar. No.
We play this. It's an organization theme. So
No, it's not.
It's
very.
not?
No, it's not. It is a very iconic song of the series, but it has a similar quality to the organization themes. I'll give you that
interesting.
much.
So this plays at the end of 2, when we're going towards the when we're in the I forget what the name of the zone is, but we're going to the final boss. This is playing, right?
At the end of
2.
2 or 1.
Oh, Oh, is it 1? It's 1, isn't
I
it?
think you're thinking of 1.
It's 1. Yeah. They're playing at the end, but because it's Ansem that we're going to.
Yeah, this is so yes and no. It's because it's like quoted in that song. But like, so this is the song that plays when you dive to the heart. So the heart stations, like the princesses in the hearts, or even when Roxas is on Sora's heart station, this is the song that plays. And
Heart
it is
Station?
So you know the stained glass?
Okay.
Like beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1, and Sora is standing on like snow white stained glass.
Yeah. Okay. When you're
Those are
doing
called,
the
like,
fight
tutorial.
with the what's it called? The guy with the big the
dark
I always
side.
forget what they're called. The dark sides. In the first game.
Yes.
When you select your weapons and
Yes.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, that is when this plays. It repeats
That's
in
the original
series.
time it plays for the first game, yeah.
Yes. It is
Okay.
the opening. It really
Yeah.
sets a mood. This plays as well when Roxas is in, like, he's like on Sora's heart station at the beginning. That's what they're called. They're called heart stations because it's
Okay.
like their heart. And so it's usually reflective of them in some way. And like when this kicks in, it's like, oh, now we're fighting. We're going to fight the dark side and we're fighting Heartless and stuff in the tutorial. This song is called Destati. It is a series staple. It happens many, many times, and usually very pointedly so.
Yeah.
Destati
Instantly
means to like
recognizable
awaken.
for sure.
Yes, absolutely. It has lyrics that I meant to go get and I forgot to, but the lyrics are very pointed because it's like, you know, Sora is like asleep and he's like in this weird what's going on. But like it is, the chorus is reportedly cursed. A rumored curse connected. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Anyway, Destati's lyrics are really cool. But it is about like awakening. Like it is very much like the Google the curse. You know what? I'm not really somebody who typically Googles curses.
It's homework. It's homework for you guys.
Yeah. I think any choir in Latin sounds cursed. The curse, Niku. I don't know. Anytime they loaded up the chorus of Destati, something bad would happen. The computers would shut down in the studio whenever it was played during KH1 production. That's really funny. It's like awaken, hold out your hand. Yeah, the lyrics for it are really interesting and also like pointed for the series. But it is like to awaken and to start your journey and to all of this. Destati is cool and I like it and they use it a lot. So that's one where I just wanted you to know.
Okay.
And it usually plays at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, okay.
When you're like in that heart station. So this is one I know you know. I know you know it.
Oh no. What instrument is this? Doo-doo-doo. So this is Twilight Town theme.
It is.
Yeah.
It is Twilight Town's theme. It is called Lazy Afternoons, which I think is a very cute.
I've been struck by this song a few times.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I know the title from my YouTube strikes.
Nice. Yeah. I'm sure that's where you would see it. Like,
Yeah.
excuse me, this is Lazy Afternoons. From
And I
Kingdom
remember
Hearts.
looking it up because I remember being like, "What's lazy afternoons? Like, why am I?" Like,
Yeah. What is
you know?
that? It's Twilight Town.
It was like fake strike. I'm getting fake strikes, and then like it's,
Yeah.
It's the
You're like, I'm Riku. What are you telling me this for?
And that's when I realized I was like, if the music in Twilight Town is getting me strikes, there's not much I can do.
At that point, yeah, you're like, I have to give up. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
There's nothing to be done about that one.
Acclaim, yeah, exactly, yeah.
I know that there was like an exchange between Shimomura and Nomura where he apparently kept asking her to make it like sadder. Like he was like, it needs to feel more nostalgic. Like it needs to feel like, wow, those days past that won't last forever. And she was like, I thought I made it nostalgic. And he was like, more. Keep at it.
There's a reminiscing to it.
Yes.
It does.
Yeah, for sure.
A longing, something like that. I can feel the intent there, and it's nice.
Yeah. Yes, it's like warm too.
Yeah.
You know, it's warm and like comfortable. It's a lazy afternoon. Like it's sweet. I love the name for it. So yes, that is Twilight Town. And now I'm gonna throw something fun. Once it plays. Now where is this?
Instantly recognize it.
Yes. It's a slight bit of a trick question. I'll give you that much. Wicked intentions.
Is this the... It's because I feel like it's also a Twilight Town theme, but like this is... Is this associated with like the hideout? Or is this like...
Do you want me to tell you?
Just trying to think if I can... Or is it like the forest and like the mansion? It's a clock tower theme.
Okay. All of those were right because this is also Twilight Town.
Oh.
But specific. Listen. What's really interesting is that when you are playing as Roxas, Twilight Town plays Lazy Afternoons. When you play as Sora, you have Afternoon Streets, which is this song.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it is Twilight Town. They are both Twilight Town.
They're both just
and that
Twilight
was
Town, general Twilight Town themes. I was just
they
like,
are.
I
So
know
you
it's
were-
a Twilight
you were-
Town
you
theme,
were, like,
but I'm like, when
Listen
does
to
it...
every part of Twilight
when
Town,
does
and I was
it
like, you're not
change?
wrong. Yeah. So it's like every part is like, yes, that is, yeah, it's the mansion, yes, it's the clock tower, yes,
Okay.
it's all of those
I
parts.
thought
'cause
maybe it was
it's only-
specifically for like when they sit at the clock tower or something, and like that would make sense, but...
Not quite, but there
but
is.
not
I
quite,
don't have
no.
that song in here when like the Sea Salt Trio sit on the clock tower. There is a song that plays called "At Dusk I Will Think of You," and it's a very sweet little song. But I don't have that in here, so I'm letting that one.
All right.
Letting that one fly.
All right.
Anyway,
well,
so there's your
also
fun-
Twilight
just-
Town.
Yes, so that's more like to showcase the like. It was an interesting attention to detail that they were like, Roxas's experience of Twilight Town is markedly different than like Sora just experiencing a cute town, right? So like they have different music in Twilight Town because it's different for both of them. So it was just like, let's just make 2 versions of music for this place, including their fight music. So
Cool.
yeah. And with that one, let's see. What did I put here? Oh yeah, you'll know this one.
I don't like when you say you'll know this one.
Well, you will know it. One way or another, you're gonna know it.
This is the Waltz of Beast Castle.
It is, absolutely. In fact, the name
Here it comes.
is Waltz of the Damned.
Yeah. Very cool theme.
Yes, I love this. I love this song. It's so good. It's so like it's heavy and kind of stomping.
I like
and a
how
waltz,
each
you know.
what's it called, stanza, or like each
Uh-huh.
like movement kind of gets like it builds and gets a little bigger, a
Yeah.
little heavier, a little
Yeah,
more
yeah,
dramatic
yeah.
as it goes.
Yes, this one's great. This one's a big winner in my book. I
Yeah,
love the
it's a
music. in
really
Beast
really
Castle.
nice piece of music. Yeah.
Yes. And I just like the name Waltz of the Damned is
Yeah,
cool.
It is cool.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Mhm. Okay. Here's your next one.
Axel with the resub, 13 months. Thank you. Sorry, I had an alert come in.
Don't avoid the.
This is let me just think of the name of the zone. It's
You'll get it.
It's
It'll come to you.
Timeless River, isn't it?
There you go. Yeah, it
Yeah.
is Timeless River. You can like tell in the even just like the quality of the song that it has that kind of like canned little tinny sound to it of just like old music. But like it is called Monochrome Dreams.
Monochrome Dreams. That's a nice title, yeah.
Yeah, isn't that fun? I like that. I almost put in Space Paranoids and I ran out of space. So just know that I spared you the really fucking loud beeps and boops. But know that in my heart, Tron is here. I
know.
opted for other songs.
I know it's true.
You know my boy Tron, who I love.
Mm-hmm.
So but I opted instead for another favorite of mine.
Obviously instantly recognizable.
Yes. Niku with the waltzes. I like them, okay? That's okay. This one is
And
definitely
it's funny because
one...
over this music, I hear Sora going, yeah,
yeah,
like in my head.
Yeah, all of that instinct.
Yeah,
You're very that's
God, I want to. I don't feel like I'm right about it when I'm not confident enough. It's like Wonderland or Neverland.
not quite, but you're still in the right realm of like time frame, I would say. I'll give you the hint of like at least it's in KH1. Which I guess the Sora, yeah, what? It probably would have told you anyway.
If it's in KH1, is it Monstro's theme?
It is Monstro.
I wasn't. I didn't go that far back. I kind of go back to KH2 when thinking about the themes, and so that's. But yeah, it's Monstro's theme.
Yes, it is Monstro's. It's just I love Monstro as a world, but like I love the music of Monstro. It's one of my favorites. And I love this song that plays is called A Very Small Wish, which is very cute, just for the Pinocchio of it all. So that one's just a favorite that I like. Let's see, what were you? We're gonna find out. Oh yes. This is a song they use a lot actually through the series.
Yeah, this is Gummy Ships, isn't it?
Sort of. They do use it in scenes with Gummy Ships sometimes, but that is not where it's from.
This is a Gummy Ship theme, so it's either like the world map or it's the world map.
It is not the world map.
It's not?
Nope. Like I said, it plays sometimes in scenes with Gummy Ships, but those are like usually some cutscenes here and there. But it is not from anything to do with the Gummy Ship.
You're lying. What is it?
I'm not. It is the fight music from Traverse Town, and it is called Hand in Hand. And they use this song.
Fight music from Traverse Town?
It is. Yes. But they often use this because it's just like I I love that it's called Hand in Hand. I think that's really cute. But it is the music you hear when you fight in Traverse Town, and they often have reused this at like ending cutscenes where like they're in the gummy ship or something like that. Like they'll
is that
repeatedly
why
use it as a
I'm
very
like, why do I associate it so hard with the gummy ship?
yeah.
It's
It's
for the
something
little
where like they'll
cutscenes when they're like getting the gummy ship ready and stuff. Do they use it?
yes. Yeah, they also
Oh, okay.
I don't think they use it in the gummy ship. They use it like a form of it at the very end of KH1 when they're like running down the field and everything, and they're like, yeah, and like it's a different rendition, but it's like hand in hand. They play this in several different places, hand in hand reprise. It's a very Sora, Donald, and Goofy type theme. That's for sure. I mean, it is called Hand in Hand. There they go, hand in hand. You know, it's very sweet. But like, this is a song that they use repeatedly through the series.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to bring it up to be like, here's this song. You do know it. It's
I
the
definitely
Traverse Town
recognize
fight.
it and can sing along with
Yep.
it. I just
Yeah, they
associate
used-
it instantly made me think about the gummy ship. It's
Yeah.
funny.
Well, I feel like a lot of like things that revolve around Sora and that like kind of upbeat, like it's all kind of together, including the gummy ship. You know what I mean? There's something about it that like relates all together. He's excited to drive a spaceship. I don't know. Okay. Let's see the next one. Oh yes. More fight music. And you do know this one.
So this theme was in Days, which means it
sure
comes from 2.
It is also in 2.
Is this this part of the theme is great.
It's good.
So is it a Traverse Town fight theme, or is it like or
Twilight
is it
Town,
like
yeah.
Yeah, Twilight Town fight
The
theme?
T names, yeah. It
Okay.
is. It is the fight music. Sinister Sundown.
Okay.
Another good name. It matches up with Lazy Afternoons as this is the fight music that Roxas experiences. That's why
Right.
you hear it so much. In
I was gonna.
358.
My second guess would have been like this was the fight theme closer into the mansion, like in the forest.
Yes, which
and by the
again would
mansion.
be like. It's funny because it's like I can see exactly what you mean in that like it imprints somewhere around there when you're like
Yeah.
I'm walking through this forest and there's this cool mansion and you're like really hearing the music.
Those are like the moments that come to mind, and so I'm
Yeah,
trying to
well,
figure out if
This
it's
is Twilight Town,
where I
so-
am or what is happening or who I
Yes,
am
yeah,
at the
I mean,
time, I
that's-
guess.
That makes sense to me. Being like, does this have to do with the event or is it the place? You
Yeah.
know? And yes, it is the place. It is the fight music for Twilight
For
Town.
Twilight Town, yeah. Okay.
Yes. Which brings us to our next one. Another one of my favorite fucking songs. I love this song a lot.
I recognize it, obviously, but I'm not
Yeah.
not strongly associating it with any particular place.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's got the pace of a
Prep for Melody of Memory. Yeah. I'm arming you with knowledge.
yeah. I'm trying to associate it with a like specific.
Mm-hmm. Trying to like find the memory in there.
Yeah. don't know if I'm getting it. I want to pull back and say it's like it's map music or it's like something like that, but this is from. Is this from 2 as well?
It is.
Okay. It has the pace of more of like a fight music than like a general theme.
It is a fight music. I'll give you that.
Okay. What world would have this kind of fight music in it? It's not Hollow Bastion. It's not.
No, it's not.
And it's not Twilight Town either.
You suffered while this song played for like 4 hours. It's true.
Oh, it's the castle. Is it the castle?
No, not quite. Nope.
What is it?
No, that's just like plainly the Mickey Mouse March in the castle.
Oh yeah.
So
da,
this
da, 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 da. Yeah, the MOU.
Yeah.
MI keys.
that I chose not to put on for
Yeah. No, you're right.
No,
that is just the Mickey Mouse March. Yeah, in the castle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, now that the song is over,
What is it?
this is the fight music for Twilight Town when you're Sora.
Oh.
So everyone in chat was like, Niku, you're so mean. Like, why are you doing this? And I was like, I made a pattern. And like my specific memory when I hear this is like, not that it's like the first time you even hear it, but like I can hear fighting the gambler nobodies when this is played. Like it's so you're standing there and you're like spinning your little, and then you're like boop boop boop, and then they're like suddenly all of these drive orbs flying around, and I'm like, I'm hearing this music as you're just standing there, Yeah, he was thinking Jensen's Tower, but he called it a castle. Pour one out. Because it does play in Jensen's Tower. It plays anywhere that's like Twilight Town, but it's Sora's version of the fight music for Twilight Town, right? Because it's just different.
Yeah, I mean, instantly recognized it. I just didn't place it as like as specifically as the other ones.
Yeah. That's part of the fun, is just being like, oh, now I know this, and now there's like, it's this place.
It's gonna sink in like Hayner's name.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Keep repeating it. It'll stick. Anyway, I like it because it's called Working Together. Again, the Traverse Town being hand in hand, and then Sora's version of Twilight Town is Working Together, and it's so just like, and we're back with Donald and Goofy, and we're like, it's such a nice little feeling. I love it. One of my favorites for sure. So, all right, we got a few left. You know this one. You know this one.
This is an awesome theme.
It is. I love everyone being like, there's no way you don't know this one, as if it hasn't been the case the entire time.
This is Hollow Bastion, and this is one of my favorite themes, I think, in the whole game.
That's why I was like, I was balancing these out.
That
I know this one's so good.
But that, like, was it like a flute lead or whatever that comes in?
Yeah,
is so like is so here all the time.
This is I always think of, like, I can see when you're like running around as like the little Shadow Heartless, and there's like the way he's like when he's like running around, and I can really like see that while the music plays. So
yeah, this is a very cool theme. I love this one.
Yes, I love this one, and I love the fight music there too, but I had others I opted to put in. So especially if it's something where it's like you've heard it more than once in the series, or they, So, that's really loud.
This is
definitely.
Yeah, this is the Cavern of Remembrance.
Boom! That was the fastest you've gotten one. I was like, either this is going to take forever, or you're going to immediately hear this song and know.
I've gotten them this fast. I answered this one faster, but yeah.
Yeah. I love the song.
Yeah, this song has a little air of mystery and stuff to it.
Yeah. And I'm going down a hall, and then I'm fighting in a hall for 40 years. And the hall hates me and wants me dead.
Yeah. Also,
But
I associate it with the data room.
Yeah, exactly. You spend a lot of time in there.
Spend a lot of time there, yeah.
Yes, the Cavern of Remembrance. This song comes back later in a cool way, and I was like really excited when I heard it. So that's zero spoilers. Just like it was like they use the song again, and it's awesome. So, but Cavern of Remembrance. We have one left, and I'm pretty sure you'll get it, but it might take a moment.
Okay.
I have confidence in you, though.
Thanks. I mean, I recognize it instantly.
Oh yeah.
This is traumatically Lingering Will's theme.
It is.
Which I spent days marinating in.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. Good job. It's called Rage Awakened.
Rage Awakened, indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah.
Yes. It's like, especially when it first starts, I'm like, I can taste the dirt.
You know what
I
you know what I feel when I hear the theme? The
Is it
sound
rage?
the sound of repelling the big orb. And
and he's like,
and then missing it and having it explode on me. This is like
yeah.
That's the trauma like on repeat when the music comes on in my head.
Yep. Yeah.
But that
I can like hear that.
Bing.
Yep.
Like blocking the orb back and forth, hoping that he doesn't turn into a car behind it for some reason and run me over.
Yeah.
And then the orb hits me anyway.
Just run up and then just like knock you in the face, you know?
Yeah.
I was thinking about that fight the other day, and I was like, "Damn, God, that felt so good."
Oh man.
Oh,
so
Lingering
good.
Will fight. Yep. But I thought that would be a good finisher.
A hard-won victory, Lingering Will.
Yes.
It's such a great fight, though, man. Honestly, like I don't look back on it. And I'm like, oh, thank God that's over or whatever. I look back on it and I'm like, yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's like.
Oh yeah.
There are parts of the fight that don't quite feel fair. There are parts of the timing and there are parts of the patterns. I think the part that doesn't feel fair about the Will fight is that first of all, some of the tells have variants. So
and
that
can, like,
really that can blow an entire run if you anticipate one variant and get another, you know.
Yep.
But also that that will switch moves sometimes, almost like almost instantly. So you'll be halfway through preparing kind of one counter and get a different move thrown at you. There's a few things about that feel, especially when you're learning it, feel very unfair. But overall, it's such a well-designed fight, man. It really is.
Yes.
It's such a well-designed fight that it becomes very satisfying when you know that you've got 2/3 of it down and you're just trying to get that good run. And I don't know, man. I really enjoyed those days. It didn't bother me at all that it took as long as it did. I had fun with that fight.
I knew that it was going to be like, once you kind of sunk your teeth into it, it was like, there's no going back. You're going to do this until you die or like beat him.
Yeah. We are either here forever or I win. It's the only two options.
Yes. Yep. And everybody just gets to sit back and wait
Yep.
it out. Be here
There
or
was
don't.
one
There's
point
definitely
in the third
uh,
day where some people in chat were like begging me to just cheese it. And I
right.
was like,
Yeah.
no,
No, we don't make it this
no,
far and not just go all the way
you
through.
must be new here. No.
Yeah. Did you just show up? That's not happening.
Yeah. But
Oh,
it was
good though.
I had a hell of a time with that fight. I really enjoyed it.
Mhm.
It's one of the things that I think I'll look back on most fondly about playing the series is that win, man. It was really good.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
look
You
forward
definitely have
to
some
when I
fights ahead
play
of you.
through 2 on critical, I will be kicking his ass
Yes.
again. And
Oh,
it will
yeah. That's
take
gonna be
me
good.
maybe longer. I don't know. Because by then, I mean, I'm thinking about just going back to Recom for my cards and how hard it's going to be to get back into the swing of Recom gameplay
Right.
after being 2 games away from it now. But still, I think like I look forward to like revisiting that fight later and
Mhm.
seeing how much of it I remember and how much of that muscle
Oh,
memory
yeah.
comes back,
I think it'll be too, like, by the time you get back to it, you'll have made such, like, a full, like, Kingdom Hearts tour that, like, so many things that maybe weren't second nature to you then will be by the time you get there. It'll just be like, "Of course I do this, this, and this because 'cause I've played Kingdom Hearts," you know what I mean? So, it'll be an interesting and different experience because I had that when I played through when I played through on normal and I was fighting the data battles, and I was just like, "I don't have time for I'm not dealing with this right now." And then when I finally went back to fight it and I played on critical and I was just like, "I actually know what I'm doing now, and, like, I am doing this on critical and actually engaging with it," and it was so much, like, more doable than when I knew nothing playing on normal. Like, I was
Yeah,
just like,
yeah.
"Ah, I've
Kingdom
grown,"
Hearts 2
and
can
you
be
feel it.
very overwhelming with how mechanically dense it is. And I
Yeah.
know that I know that there are nuances to the mechanics of Kingdom Hearts 2 that I did not grasp
Yeah.
fully and that I think some people got frustrated with me about but
First time
like
playing the game,
but my first
you
time
know?
playing through on
Yeah,
Proud and I think
on
that
Proud, and you beat Lingering Will.
yeah, and I still think I kind of like I earned a lot of that that game sense,
Yeah,
and that's part of what I love about games. I love kind of that, like, I'm not gonna let this game beat me. I'm gonna figure it
yeah,
out. Like
yes.
that's one of the things that I look for in games. So Kingdom
Mhm,
Hearts 2 is a
mhm.
lot of fun. It was, and I mean, I spent damn near 6 months playing it.
Yeah, yeah,
So
you're really, like, playing through it. I'm very excited for a number of reasons for when you get to Kingdom Hearts 3, including cool, really hard boss fights that I think you will enjoy a lot for a lot of the same reasons. So, know that you have things to look forward
yeah, yeah.
to.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm enjoying the
Mhm.
series as a whole, and I guess this is
Yeah,
kind of a great way to kind of button up our conversation. But
yep,
like
yes.
like um playing through the series has been really satisfying, and it's
Mhm.
it's really fun to play. I'm so relieved, I guess, in a way that not only about like kind of experiencing my performance in the series and being happy with that is a great personal relief, but it's also equally as much of a relief to just enjoy the games and to
Yeah.
not feel like it's a chore to play them. Like they're really fun
Mhm.
games. So
It just turns out they're actually just really good
they're
games,
actually
and they're,
just
like,
great
feel
games.
good
It
to
makes
play.
the job
Yeah.
really easy.
Yep. Yeah, it turns out you can just enjoy them for being good video games at the same time. So,
Yeah.
pretty cool. Yeah, I'm glad. I figured, like, it was very early on when you were like, "I'm playing Hollow Knight, and I'm doing these things," and the way you would describe, like, what you enjoyed about it, I was like, "Oh, you're gonna have a great time. Don't worry about it. I know that you're gonna have a great time playing Kingdom Hearts." And it was true because I'm always right, so
It was true, yeah.
and made good time. Look, I paced that out so well. Like, we were talking about Lingering Will at the end a little bit, but we ended practically, like, right at
No,
6
this
PM. Are you
this is
proud of
totally
me?
fine. This is
You proud?
yes, I am proud of you. Yes.
Thanks. Thank you. Are you
Yes.
proud? Tell me you're proud of me.
I'm very proud. We did this perfectly. We are going to wrap it up, you guys, because I need to spend some family time and get ready for my my weekend adventure.
Your big day.
Yeah.
Your big day tomorrow.
I'm sure everybody is going to be tuning in for it. I'm very happy that everything will be accessible.
Yes.
I know that was a big concern when it was all first announced, if it was going to be accessible or not. I'm happy that they made that call.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Wish me luck, you guys.
You're gonna do great up there, pal. I've set you up for success. You know more than most. That current. You're gonna get up there and you're gonna show them you're a rock star. Come on.
Yeah.
Stars on high, fall as rain.
Watch party.
What's
at
up,
Mickey's.
Soul?
You bet. Graven, tell me all about the Disney archive shot they bring out. You're gonna have to come back afterwards and tell us all about the panel. It'll be so cool. It'll be so fun.
We'll definitely talk about it here, and have a Monday quarterback or whatever,
Yeah.
See how that stuff goes. Don't get spoiled. Yeah.
yeah. When they talk about something from the just plug your ears,
I will put on my Riku blindfold.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
The whole time, everyone will be like, "Oh, Riku's voice actor's so edgy. That's why they cast him."
He's just like Riku. Oh, so cool. Someone says, if you can, give Haley our love too. Tell him that we all love him.
Yes, of course.
Yay.
I will do that. I did that, by the way, when I had the opportunity to spend a little bit of time with Jesse. I did do just that. I was telling him about. I spent some time telling Jesse about the stream and that I've been, I'd been interacting with the community for a while now, and just how much you guys love him and love Roxas, and what it meant to you guys that he decided to do the Vegas show. I definitely expressed that to him for you guys. So I will, of course, do the same. I promise, with Haley.
Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you for doing that for all of us. Real quick before we go, I would like to say thank you to everyone who helped me put this together. Couldn't have done it by myself, or if I did, it would have taken a lot longer. Thank you to Claude and to Neil and Gabby and Rosie and Chi and also Tori for helping me put together my dumb little, PowerPoint that was expertly timed by me. So hip hip hooray. Good job, team. Anyway, there we go. Now I can switch off of that. Now done. Perfect. I needed to say it out loud, not just have it on the screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right.
To say my thanks.
That's another one. We got days in the bag, you guys. And next is Birth by Sleep. So we're gonna. I'm obviously gonna turn my attention to the weekend festivities, and then next week we'll start thinking out loud here on the stream about when we'll turn our attention to Birth by Sleep, and give me at least a week to kind of put some posts together on the different platforms and stuff, so we can spread the word that we're changing games. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me while I played through the series. It's been a lot of fun, and I've really enjoyed getting to know the community and the games at the same time.
You're really getting all of it at once, concentrated.
Yeah.
Birth by fire. I mean, by sleep. Excuse me. Anyway. Oh, I also thank you, Holla, for your slide. There we go. That was the last one. Got brought up, and I was like, oh, I forgot. Okay. Anyway, yes, wonderful. I'm glad that we could do this once again. It was a great time.
Yes, we'll do it again. And
we'll do it once again.
We will keep doing it.
Yes, we will continue the trend.
Thank you for all your effort. to put all this stuff together and orchestrate a long form discussion about the games as we play through them.
Yeah.
It is appreciated by me.
I'm happy. I hear a lot of people that are like, that's my favorite part. When we get to this part, I'm like, yippee! So I'm happy to know that people like it. So anyway, I love Niku-Riku Power Hour so much. Well, we have to keep doing it for the views, if anything. So
of course,
you know, the people demand.
The people demand. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's now tradition.
And what are we but clowns on a stage?
And you can't break tradition now.
No. I would never do that. Anyway, I also still look really bad on your stream, so I think we can end it here. I look awful. You look great on my. Everything looks awesome on my side, so I don't know.
That tracks.
Yeah,
doesn't it? But
it does.
But I appreciate it. I'm sorry that my stream doesn't want to show off.
I blame Twitch. Don't worry about it. I don't blame you for this. I
also blame Twitch. We do the best we can.
Mm-hmm. We're shaking hands on that.
All right,
Niku.
Niku.
Side best side, thanks. All right. It's been swell. Enjoy the rest of your night, good sir. I'll
see you later.
Where's the... See ya. Bye-bye. I can't find the... There it is. All right, bye.
Bye. All right, you guys.